Chapter 2982. But isn't it because of this confusing situation that the Immortal Alliance came to us? Xiao Mao was unconvinced. Li Zongbao looked at Xiao Mao and said, I'm afraid the defeat of the Dao sect is a foregone conclusion. Although I don't know how the sword cultivators can defend Sky Patrol City. But the sword cultivators killed the Sky Patrol City governor. They must have a way to defend Sky Patrol City. It's a good thing for us to join the Immortal Alliance, but our cultivation is weak. We can only be juniors in the Immortal Alliance. Rather than that, we might as well stay in our own sects and join the Immortal Alliance when we have some achievements. Passing the 10 tests of the Immortal Alliance is very important for cultivators. Only then can we be recognized by the other cultivators in the Immortal Alliance. You don't want to be looked down upon by others when you join the Immortal Alliance, do you? Hee, junior brother Xiao, Fairy Hong Xia laughed and said, the Immortal Alliance is where the nascent soul grandmasters gather. If we go, we can only carry their shoes. What's the point of going? Yes, I understand. Xiao Mao knew he could not win against them, so he nodded. How far is it from here to the next teleportation portal? Xiao Hua asked Fairy Hong Xia as they flew. We still have 5 days. Fairy Hong Xia looked into the distance and thought for a while before replying. Fairy Hong Xia frowned and said, however, that teleportation portal doesn't lead to Xuanyan sect. From what I know, the teleportation portal to Xuanyan sect should be somewhere else. Does junior brother Xiao know? Of course I know. Xiao Mao nodded. I'll follow big brother and senior sister to Luyang. There's also a teleportation portal to Golden Goose Ridge. There's no need. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, Xuanyan sect has already issued a gathering order. As a disciple of Xuanyan sect, you should hurry back to Golden Goose Ridge. Imperial Thunder sect, Huanhua sect and Utopia sect will also issue a gathering order soon. We don't dare to delay. Once we reach Luyang, we'll have to return to our respective sections. If that's the case. Xiao Mao hesitated and said, then I'll return to Golden Goose Ridge now. To be honest, Xiao Mao liked the feeling of harmony when he followed Xiao Hua and the rest to train in Huan Country and Million Mountains. He was reluctant to leave. Go. Xiao Hua clapped his hand and took out a jade slip before he said, this contains some secret techniques for cultivation and some of Big Brother's comprehensions towards the broken golden arrow. I was too busy earlier and didn't have the time to give it to you. Now, I'll give it to you. All right. Xiao Mao and Xiao Hua weren't polite at all. They reached out to catch it and nodded. Little brother will return to the Gold Goose Mountain Range. After the battle, little brother will go to the Imperial Thunder sect to pay a visit to big brother. And, with eldest senior brother Li's token, it will be easy for us to meet. Xiao Hua said with a smile, but eldest senior brother Li is still far away. With the teleportation formation, it's not that far. Li Zongbao also gave Xiao Mao a rare look and exhorted, junior brother Zhao's cultivation level is the lowest, so you still have to cultivate more. Although the power of the bloodline is good, it is still far inferior to our Dao sect's cultivation path. Yes, I understand. Xiao Mao bit his lips. His eyes were a little moist. He bowed and said, I hope that senior brother Li's wishes will come true. I'm leaving now. And, let's go. Not to mention Xiao Hua, who had the deepest feelings for Xiao Mao, even Fairy Hong Xia was a little reluctant to part with him. However, everyone waved their hands. They knew that it was only a matter of time before they parted ways with Xiao Mao. After Xiao Mao flew away, Xiao Hua didn't say much. He lowered his head and flew straight ahead with Fairy Hong Xia and Li Zongbao. After flying for half a day, Fairy Hong Xia couldn't help but send a voice transmission, Xiao Hua, do you think Xiao Mao will return to Tongmu City to look for the Immortal Alliance's envoy? Xiao Hua had something on his mind and didn't pay attention to how Fairy Hong Xia addressed him. When he raised his head and saw Fairy Hong Xia's curious expression, he shook his head and said, so what if he goes? So what if he doesn't go? I just want to ask. Fairy Hong Xia said, I feel that he is very interested in joining the Immortal Alliance. Of course, everyone knows this. Xiao Hua said indifferently, in Jingtai Pavilion, he already promised Qing Liuzi. You female cultivators are just curious. Xiao Mao is also a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation establishment. Whether he joins the Immortal Alliance or not is his own business. Although we can care about him, we can't control him. Me? Female cultivators? Fairy Hongxia's mouth curled up as if she was mocking him. How many good junior sisters do you actually have? Sigh, Xiao Hua heard this and couldn't help but feel irritated. However, looking at Fairy Hongxia's expression, he suppressed the unhappiness in his heart and explained, my wife, that Huang Mingxiang was indeed only at Tianmen Mountain. After that, he only helped them to repair the array. You know, the Huang family is really pitiful. Oh. He actually helped them to repair the array? Was he together with Huang Mingxiang? Fairy Hongxia frowned and asked again. This is bad. Xiao Hua complained bitterly in his heart. Previously, when he was talking to Fairy Hongxia, he did not mention anything about repairing the array. But now, he had no choice but to answer honestly, yes, but that was the Huang family's own array jade slip, and they even took the jade essence and the simple method of making jade talismans as a reward. That's when your husband learned how to make jade talismans. They actually gave him the array jade slip and the method of making jade talismans. Fairy Hongxia's eyes were filled with mockery. The Huang family of Tianmen Mountain treats you as one of their own, right? Not really, it's just a transaction. Xiao Hua explained. You really have nothing to do with this Huang Mingxiang? Fairy Hongxia asked. Xiao Hua was helpless. Xue Xue was also at Tianmen Mountain that day. We were training together. What can I have to do with Huang Mingxiang? Oh, so there's a younger sister Xue Xue. Fairy Hongxia sneered, this time, there's no younger sister Xue Xue in Million Mountain. There's only I. Perhaps when you explain Ziming and Jiu Xia to younger sister Xue Xue, you'll also explain it this way, right? Xiao Hua was speechless. He really didn't expect female cultivators to be so troublesome and picky. He clearly had nothing to do with Ziming and Huang Mingxiang, but in Fairy Hongxia's eyes, it became a problem. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua opened his mouth and wanted to refute, but when the words reached his mouth, he really didn't know how to refute. It seemed that he had some inexplicable entanglements with these female cultivators. Although he didn't have such intimate contact with Fairy Hongxia, their relationship was far beyond that of ordinary female cultivators, and even beyond the boundary of ordinary fellow Taoists. Especially Jiu Xia. Her incomparable appearance didn't fade because of time, and even became clearer. What made Xiao Hua a little scared was that he actually missed Jiu Xia a little. Sigh, if you're serious with female cultivators, then you'll really be the first to fail. Xiao Hua sighed. He looked at Li Zongbao, who was silently flying forward with his head lowered. He thought of a sentence that cultivators often said, and he muttered in his heart. He secretly envied Li Zongbao because he didn't have Kai Zhuoxia's nagging and nitpicking. How can I think like that? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua was immediately alarmed. Li Zongbao has wasted his youth because of Kai Zhuoxia's life and death. I'm guarding a living wife, what else am I thinking? No, I have to quickly divert my wife's attention. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua raised his head and looked in a different direction from where the three of them were flying. He said curiously, this is. Without waiting for Fairy Hongxia to say anything, he hurriedly said to Li Zongbao, Senior Brotherly, bring Fairy Hongxia to the teleportation array first. What's wrong? Fairy Hongxia seemed to have seen through Xiao Hua's trick and said sarcastically, could it be that there's another good junior sister like you? Good junior sister? Li Zongbao naturally didn't hear their voice transmission and asked curiously. At the same time, his divine sense swept towards the direction Xiao Hua was looking at. There's a fight over there. That fellow Taoist seems to be very familiar with it. Xiao Hua hurriedly flew into the air and left his voice to Li Zongbao. The situation is critical, I have to go. Xiao Hua, come back. Fairy Hongxia shouted angrily, I'll go with you too. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's figure had already turned into the wind and flew away quickly. Fairy Hongxia's divine sense locked onto Xiaohua, but in just a moment, Xiaohua's figure disappeared. She couldn't find any trace of him. Fairy Hongxia then fiercely looked in that direction and released her divine sense to the limit. Unfortunately, it was as she thought. She didn't see anything. Humph! Fairy Hongxia stomped her feet in the air, fuming. Li Zongbao released his divine sense for a few miles. Seeing this, he understood that even if he expanded his divine sense by 10 times, he still wouldn't be able to find the fight that Xiaohua was talking about. Hence, he tactfully retracted his divine sense and looked at Fairy Hongxia. He said in a deep voice, "Junior sister, Xiaohua is a good person. He has a good heart and a high cultivation. Don't force him too close. You female cultivators don't understand the heart of a male cultivator. A male cultivator doesn't need to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, but a little flirtatious relationship. Not everyone can reject it. I remember Zi Ming once said in the Back Earth Stronghold that if a needle is pointed at an awl, there will always be someone who gets hurt. If you take a step back, you'll be able to see the world. I'm worried that Xiaohua won't be able to find the teleportation array's location." Fairy Hongxia's face turned red as she stomped her feet. She knew that Li Zongbao was a man of few words. If it wasn't for the conflict between him and Xiaohua, he definitely wouldn't have said so much. But after a while, Fairy Hongxia asked curiously, "Senior brother, then what about you? Do you also have so many good junior sisters?" Li Zongbao smiled bitterly. The white hair on his head fluttered in the wind. "I can have many good junior sisters, but there's only one true love in my heart." As expected, a 3-legged toad is easy to find, but a male cultivator without a good junior sister is hard to find. Fairy Hongxia pouted and looked in the direction that Xiaohua flew in with disdain. She shook her head slightly. Chapter 2983. Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia flew towards the transmission array. Behind them, Xiao Mao, who had been flying for a long time with his head lowered, finally stopped in midair. He seemed to have made a decision. Looking in the direction of Li Zongbao and the others, he clenched his teeth and turned to fly away. As for Xiaohua, in order to get rid of Fairy Hongxia's divine sense, he actually used the devil's sex concealment technique to fly 100 miles away. Only then did he reveal himself in midair. He rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. "Damn it, what the hell is this?" Xiaohua muttered to himself, "The dual cultivation ceremony hasn't even been held yet, and you're already watching me so closely. If we really dual cultivate in the future, wouldn't you be nagging me every day? Thinking of a fly? This Xiao wants to be with you all the time, accompanying you as you wander about the Dawn Rain continent, but this Xiao doesn't want this kind of suspicious life." I haven't even said a word to the female cultivator, and you can already imagine the consequences of this sentence, as well as the possible situation between me and this female cultivator. This kind of extraordinary imagination really makes me convinced. It's fine if you think about it, but you can't blame this Xiao for something that hasn't happened yet. I'm so outstanding. If I don't have a few good junior sisters, if I don't have a few female cultivators, can I still be considered a male cultivator? Xiaohua was somewhat disdainful. Qian Diheng once said that the dual cultivation ceremony is the tomb of sweet feelings. It seems like he was right. Damn it, luckily I didn't mention Sun Shu's matter, otherwise I don't know how my wife would slander me. Thinking about this, Xiaohua looked left and right at this unfamiliar place. He released his divine sense and easily found Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia's figures. He also activated his flying technique and slowly followed beside them. His mind entered the space again. Everything in the space was normal. His primordial spirit was improving rapidly and could now refine low-level pills. As for Little Black, who Xiaohua was concerned about, it was still lying on the ground, sleeping like Little Yellow. Xiaohua had already looked at Little Black several times. Sometimes he almost suspected that this was done by the Huda village's elder Wu on purpose. Did he not want him to know the secret of the Huda village? What a gluttonous and sleepy couple. Xiaohua looked at Little Yellow and Little Black, and he couldn't help but feel a kind of affection in his heart, as if he had already felt it before. Looking at Zhang Luo again, she was still the same. Her eyes were still slowly moving, but she had not woken up. It's not appropriate to place the three-legged golden crow's soul here. Xiaohua inadvertently saw the soul essence of the three-legged golden crow. When Little Yellow and Little Black wake up, they might just swallow it in one bite. But where should I put it? Xiaohua had no idea what to do. What is the use of the three-legged golden crow's soul essence? Xiaohua hadn't thought about this problem for a long time. Now, he was taking advantage of his rare leisure time to think about it. Unfortunately, Xiaohua couldn't think of anything even after thinking for half a day. It seemed that he wasn't particularly proficient in crafting soul armaments. Forget it, let's talk about it later. Xiaohua sighed as he recalled the pressure he felt when facing Qing Liuzi, a middle-stage nascent soul cultivator. If he hadn't been practicing the soul technique given to him by the Huda Stockade's Elder Wu, he would have been forced to reveal his gold core stage cultivation. Facing a middle-stage nascent soul stage expert, there aren't many methods that I can use. Spiritual fire is one, and so is the soul execution light. I just don't know, how can I refine the soul execution light again? Xiaohua casually flew as he thought, last time, when I used the soul execution light, it was blocked by the 5-star planet disk. I couldn't use it if... Thinking up to here, Xiaohua suddenly slapped his forehead and said with a big laugh, this young master is somewhat conforming to the rules. The soul execution light can be refined according to the method given by second senior brother, and it can be completed step by step. But right now, I don't have any suitable materials in my hands. Why can't I refine a heaven-leveling staff like how other soul cultivators refine the heaven-raising staff? Ha ha ha, that day, when the three-legged golden crow's soul essence appeared, it immediately froze my primordial spirit. Why can't I refine the three-legged golden crow's soul essence into the soul execution light? Since it's an object of 10,000 spirits, it naturally has a primordial spirit. The three-legged golden crow's soul essence can capture primordial spirits and imprison primordial spirits. Wouldn't it combine with the killing intent of the soul execution light? Now that he had an idea, Xiaohua couldn't help but be eager to give it a try. Not only was he thinking about how to refine the executioner's primal light, but he also took out the bone and jade slip to study how to refine the executioner's primal light in hopes of finding a way to refine it. Unknowingly, half a day had passed. Just as Xiaohua was slowly flying over, his Buddhist sense swept out from time to time, paying attention to the distance between him and Fairy Hong Xia and the others. Just as Xiaohua was flying over a barren forest, he suddenly came to a halt and looked in a direction to his right with great astonishment. Damn it, when did I have the ability to make prophecies come true? Just now, I was just trying to trick my wife. Who knew that there would really be people fighting here? Good heavens, and one of them is a golden core. Xiaohua looked in the direction of Fairy Hong Xia and the others, then swept out with his Buddhist sense again. He was a little hesitant, but just as he was hesitating, Xiaohua's face changed and he coldly said, "Humph, this cultivator in the mystic cloak is too sinister. He actually set up a formation here. Io, that's not right. This mystic cloak cultivator should be a golden core middle stage cultivator. He hid his cultivation level because he wanted to kill this golden core early stage female cultivator without leaving any traces. This kind of bullying of the weak by the strong, there must be something fishy about it. How can I not care?" After saying that, Xiaohua's figure turned into a gust of wind again and flew quickly. In the direction that Xiaohua was flying, about 100 kilometers away, there was a female cultivator wearing a pure white robe. Her body was flickering with a faint brilliance. She was curled up on a rock. On her wrinkled face, there was a centipede-like scar that ran from the left side of her face to the right side. It looked very terrifying. At this time, the face of this old golden core early-stage female cultivator was abnormally pale. There was a pool of blood on her chest that dyed her Daoist robe red. There was also a large bloodstain below her waist. Although the bleeding had stopped, the blood still slowly dripped onto the gray ground. The female cultivator's eyes were filled with hatred. She stared straight at the cultivator holding a light green box in his hand and said angrily, "Bitch, is it you? I didn't think you would actually use his jade slip to deceive me. You really want to take my life? Hee hee, now that things have come to this, can't you see? Didn't I want your life?" The voice of the Meow cultivator was distorted. It was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. "Bitch, since you have already decided to kill me, why don't you dare to show your true face to me?" The female cultivator said angrily, "Or do you not dare to face me? Do you not dare to face the kindness of my Sun family?" "Sun Qian." The voice said coldly, "Everything in the past is already in the past. I have already repaid the kindness of your Sun family. I don't want to face you now because I don't want you to be sad before you die. When did you repay my Sun family's kindness to you? Can you repay it?" Sun Qian was lying on the ground. Her injuries were so serious that she could hardly get up. However, she still roared like a lioness. "For that magic treasure, Lu Mingxing of the Dragon Gate Mountain killed 460 members of your Sun family. Who took revenge for this? Didn't I ask the city lord of Tongmu City to kill the late Golden Core stage Lu Mingxing? If not for me, when would your Sun family be able to take revenge?" The Meow cultivator said flatly. "Is this what you mean by repaying the kindness of my Sun family?" Sun Qian was angry again. "Who saved you from the world of ice and snow? Who raised you since you were young? Is this kindness something you can easily repay? That person originally had feelings for me, but you just had to snatch it from me. Father grounded me for 10 years because of this. Is this something you can easily repay? You found your own backer and immediately broke away from my Sun family. You never returned to my Sun family. Father and mother even often asked me to inquire about you. Is this kind of old debt something you can easily repay? When I came to Tongmu City to inquire about you, in order to prevent that person from taking a fancy to me, you actually ruthlessly disfigured my face, making me too ashamed to see that person again. Is this kind of old debt something you can easily repay? Since you have already given yourself to the city lord of Tongmu City, why are you still thinking about that person in your heart? Today, you actually used that person's jade slip to deceive me. Is this kind of new debt something you can easily repay?" Seeing Sun Qian hysterically shouting, the Meow cultivator quietly listened. When Sun Qian finished speaking, the cultivator pointed his finger at the green box. A ball of emerald green light flew out from the box like the rising sun. Strands of green vines grew from the brilliance and swayed in the air. The cultivator said indifferently, "Sun Qian, there is nothing in this world that cannot be repaid. Whether it is new hatred or old hatred, as long as I drop this magic treasure, all the grievances you have in this life will turn into nothing. What's the use of saying so much?" Seeing the powerful might of the green light, Sun Qian knew that even if she was not injured, she would definitely not be this person's opponent. Not to mention, this person was vicious and merciless. He had already set up a magic array and pretended to fight to the death with her while luring her into an ambush. "Little sister since things have come to this, big sister will not say anything more." Sun Qian sighed and said, "Big sister just wants to ask you, is he, well?" "He is very well. You don't have to worry about him." The cultivator said indifferently, "Didn't you see that jade slip? If he didn't give it to me that day, how could I have broken through to the Gold Core realm so easily? Now, you can give up. There is only me in his heart, never you." Even when he knew that I was in a situation, he still gave me the enlightenment of the Gold Core. It can be seen that he is dead set on me. You have already been defeated by me. Chapter 2984. He has always been noble and his heart is higher than the heavens. How could he be interested in a withered flower like you? Alas, it seems that I was also blind. The scar on my face is not undeserved at all. Although the cultivator heard Sun Qian calling her a withered flower, she was still not angry. She looked at the ball of light in the air and said, "Sister, you should go. Your character is really not suitable for this Dawn Rain continent. You trust others too easily. You are not Chen Yi." Chen Yi has never called me sister since she was young. Sun Xian suddenly shouted with a look of unwillingness. What's the difference between being and not being? The cultivator pointed her finger and the green ball of light turned into a stream of light and was about to smash towards Sun Xian. Hee, it's really lively. I really don't know who this Chen Yi is if she is not Chen Yi. A slightly excited voice suddenly sounded in the air. Xiao Hua didn't even bother to conceal himself as he appeared in the air. The cultivator was very surprised to see Xiao Hua appear. Sun Xian looked up and saw Xiao Hua's face and hurriedly shouted, Xiao Hua, quickly run. You are not her opponent. Quickly return to Imperial Thunder Sect and tell him what you saw. Let Zhen Qing take revenge for me. You, who are you? How do you know my name is Xiao Hua? You and Martial Uncle Zhen Qing are old friends? Xiao Hua was in a hurry and obviously did not hear what Sun Xian said earlier. Idiot. Why are you asking so much? Quickly run. Sun Xian did not answer a single question and only supported half of her body and angrily cursed. Go die. The cultivator did not care about Sun Xian anymore. She pointed her finger at the green ball of light. The ball of light turned and rushed towards Xiao Hua. Moreover, hundreds of green threads came out of the ball of light. Once these threads came out, they immediately absorbed a large amount of heaven and earth spirit qi and turned into the size of a thumb. From all directions, they moved towards Xiao Hua with a sharp whistling sound. Hee, Xiao Hua sneered. He slapped his hand, and several thumb-sized jade pieces flew out. At the same time, his figure retreated like the wind. Rumble, just as the green thread expanded again and was about to pierce through the jade pieces and pierce towards Xiao Hua, the jade pieces suddenly transformed into a huge fireball and exploded. The powerful impact and the fierce fire immediately pounced on the green light and green net. What kind of fireball charm is this? The cultivator was shocked, but the fire was very fierce. In just a moment, the green light was completely swallowed up. I didn't expect you to have some skills. I underestimated you. While speaking, the Mi-Wei cultivator once again made a grabbing motion with his hand. That green box suddenly exploded, and completely green light rushed out like fireflies, covering the sky and covering the earth as it rushed towards Xiao Hua. In the blink of an eye, all the green lights expanded, and each green light grew huge tentacles, just like the previous green light. Everything within a radius of 1,000 feet was dyed green. Rumble, sure enough, another wave of fireballs was born. Unfortunately, no matter how many fireballs there were, they could not compare to the green light. All the outer layers of the fireballs were covered by the green light. Very quickly, the fireballs also disappeared. I want to see how many of these top-quality fireball charms you have. The cultivator sneered, but suddenly found that Xiao Hua had disappeared from the green light. I naturally don't have too many fireball charms, but those are enough. Just as the cultivator released his divine sense to investigate, Xiao Hua's figure rushed out from the place where Sun Xian was lying down. Oh, the 5 elements escape technique? You are actually still in contact with Sun Xian? The cultivator was slightly surprised. He pointed his finger again, and thousands of green shadows rushed towards Xiao Hua. However, this time, the green shadows also covered Sun Xian. Xiao Hua stretched out his hand, and the sword gourd flew out of the space. He pointed his finger, and with 2 whooshing sounds, 2 green and red spirit execution light flew out of the sword gourd towards the neck of the cultivator who was hiding in the Mi-Wei. Ouch! The golden core cultivator was extremely sensitive to the extraordinariness of the spirit execution light. He hurriedly grabbed with his hand, and the green box suddenly flew into his hand. A cluster of green light rushed out like a fountain, and blocked the spirit execution light. Kacha, with a crisp sound, not only was the green light broken by the spirit execution light, but the green box was also shattered by the spirit execution light. Oh no! The Mi-Wei cultivator was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly moved his body, and a string of afterimages flashed in midair. Unfortunately, no matter how the cultivator escaped, the spirit execution light still went straight for his neck, and now it was only a few feet. Rise, the cultivator hurriedly slapped his forehead again, and a green light was spat out from his mouth. At the same time, a pressure close to that of a golden core late-stage soared into the sky, and rolled towards Xiaohua. He, that oppressive might far surpassed the misty green brilliance, and instantly enveloped Xiaohua. Xiaohua sneered, and also slapped his head. The pressure close to that of a nascent soul early stage swept out like a waterfall, and immediately blocked the pressure of the Mi-Wei cultivator. An indescribable impact force rushed out from the point of contact between the two pressures, and suddenly a powerful hurricane was formed. You are really nameless? The Mi-Wei cultivator almost turned pale with fright, and cried out involuntarily. Oh! Who are you? Xiaohua raised his eyebrows, and understood that he must be familiar with this Mi-Wei cultivator. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's pressure was only formed by the sun-shrouding art. It was already good that he could resist the pressure of a golden core late-stage cultivator. If he wanted to attack, he couldn't counter this Mi-Wei cultivator. Therefore, he could only watch as the green light rushed out of the sky, and turned into an oval mirror. The pillar-like green light shot out from the mirror, and directly rushed towards the spirit execution light. Clear sky mirror. Seeing the mirror fly out of the Mi-Wei cultivator's confusion, and the green light immediately stopped the spirit execution light, Xiaohua couldn't help but cry out in alarm. The mysterious Mi-Wei cultivator also felt relieved when he saw that the clear sky mirror could stop the spirit execution light. He glanced at Sun Qian, who was also shocked, and sensed Xiaohua's nascent soul stage pressure. After a little calculation, his body moved quickly, and he was about to fly away. You think you can escape with the clear sky mirror? Xiaohua was shocked, and he opened his mouth. Buzz! A huge roar sounded, and the seal of turning the sea, which he hadn't used for a long time, rushed out. Wu! At this time, the seal of turning the sea was more freely in Xiaohua's hand, and in a moment, it became several tens of feet large, and like a small mountain, it smashed towards the Mi-Wei cultivator. The seal of turning the sea, whether it was the power or the weight, was really huge. The Mi-Wei cultivator's fleeing figure was already under the control of the seal of turning the sea, and the huge force pressed down on the cultivator, causing his body to distort. Go! The cultivator had no choice but to point his finger, and a huge pillar of green light rushed out from the clear sky mirror, directly blocking the seal of turning the sea. Buzz! Buzz! The seal of turning the sea made a noise, and the light pillar was greatly suppressed, causing the entire clear sky mirror to shake slightly. Puff! A mouthful of blood essence was spat out from the cultivator's mouth, and it landed on the clear sky mirror. Woo! The clear sky mirror let out a sorrowful cry, and its brilliance increased greatly, instantly covering the seal of turning the sea. Buzz! Buzz! The seal of turning the sea shook violently, and it actually started to shrink, as if it was going to fall into the clear sky mirror. Damn it, Xiaohua muttered, and his eyes turned. Ah! At this time, the Mi-Wei cultivator screamed, and his hands involuntarily covered his head. It was Xiaohua's soul thorn technique. Pa! Taking advantage of this moment, the seal of turning the sea expanded again, and it pressed down on the clear sky mirror by a few feet. Roar! The Mi-Wei cultivator roared, and he forcefully endured the severe pain in his divine sense. He really wanted to spit out his essence again, but at this time, the green and red spirit-slaying vital light flashed at him at the same time, and it landed on his neck. The cultivator was immediately scared out of his wits, and he hurriedly activated the protective golden light around his body, trying to pull himself up, and make a last-ditch struggle. Unfortunately, just as the golden light flashed, it was immediately cut apart by the spirit-slaying vital light like silk. Puff! The Mi-Wei cultivator was torn apart, and his head flew out, and blood spurted high into the sky. Ah! Chen Yuming, seeing the head in the air, Xiaohua couldn't help but be shocked. This Mi-Wei cultivator, this middle gold core cultivator who was chasing after Sun Qian, was actually Chen Yuming, the deacon of Twilight Tong City's conference hall. Damn it, I've completely offended that bastard Qing Liuzi. Xiao Hua looked at the mess on the ground and smiled bitterly. He had been thinking for a long time, but he couldn't imagine that this person was actually Qing Liuzi's confidant. But soon after, Xiao Hua also sneered. The number of nascent soul cultivators I've offended seems to be increasing. This one won't make a difference. Besides, who would know that I killed Chen Yiming? Thinking, Xiao Hua waved his hand, and a wisp of samadhi true fire appeared, and in a moment, Chen Yiming's corpse was burned into nothingness. Xiao Hua waved his hand, and Chen Yiming's storage pouch, the formation disc and other items that were used to set up the formation, the fragments of the green box, and the clear sky mirror all fell into his hands. Xiao Hua didn't even look at them before putting them into the space, and then his gaze fell on Sun Qian. When Sun Qian saw that Xiao Hua actually killed Chen Yiming so quickly and inconceivably, she was already shocked to death. But when Xiao Hua destroyed the corpse, she patted her hand and took out a jade bottle from her storage pouch, poured out 2 scarlet spirit pills, and slowly swallowed them. In a moment, a trace of red appeared on Sun Qian's face. "Senior, are you Sun Qian?" Xiao Hua looked at this female cultivator and said somewhat cautiously, "Senior, are you acquainted with Chen Yi and my thunder-controlling sex martial uncle Zhen Qing? Also, the flower burial manor's beauty-retaining grass was done by you?" Xiao Hua had long heard Chen Yi mention Sun Qian in the flower burial manor. He thought that Sun Qian was a young and beautiful cultivator like Chen Yi, but he didn't expect that she was actually an old woman with a scar on her face. But when Sun Qian mentioned Zhen Qing, Xiao Hua had no choice but to treat her with respect. As for why he didn't ask who the Mi Wei cultivator was and wanted to kill him, naturally, it was the same. Chapter 2985. Sun Qian was even more surprised to see Xiao Hua being so respectful and calling her senior. After all, Xiao Hua's cultivation was much higher than hers. Of course, she quickly understood in her heart that the root cause of this was Zhen Qing. "Fellow Daoist Xiao, you don't have to be so polite. Just call me fellow Daoist." Sun Qian struggled to get up. "Although Zhen Qing and I are old friends, it's all in the past. There's no need to mention it." Then, Sun Qian looked around and said, "The grudge between Chen Yi and I is also from a long time ago. Fellow Daoist, you don't need to know about it. As for what happened in Burial Flower Manor, it was naturally my doing. I wished I could pull out her tendons and skin her alive. Destroying a few youth-retaining herbs is nothing. That day when you entered Burial Flower Manor, I was waiting for an opportunity and went in with you. Therefore, I knew you were Xiao Hua. Well, I thank fellow Daoist Xiao for saving my life. It's a pity that I can't repay you. Moreover, I have other things to do. Goodbye." After saying that, Sun Qian bowed and was about to leave with her flying technique. "Ouch. Senior, don't worry." Seeing Sun Qian leaving in such a hurry, Xiao Hua was anxious and shouted, "If you leave, what will I do?" "Oh. What will you do?" Sun Qian was also surprised. "I'm leaving by myself." "What does that have to do with you?" Xiao Hua rubbed his hands and said embarrassedly, "Senior, your injuries don't seem to be so simple. I have some healing pills here. Moreover, with Senior's injuries, if he were to encounter Chen Yi, who has a heart as vicious as a scorpion, if he were to leave by himself, I'm afraid he would only die. Since she was able to send Chen Yiming over, who knows if she has other backup plans. Why don't you follow me and wait until your injuries are healed? You can go to the Imperial Thunder sect or anywhere else. Won't I be relieved? Won't I be able to answer to Martial Uncle Zhen Qing?" Zhen Qing was very good to Xiao Hua. How could Xiao Hua let go of such an opportunity to repay Zhen Qing? Sun Qian hesitated slightly and nodded. "I can go with you, but don't tell Zhen Qing about me." Why?" Xiao Hua was surprised. Sun Qian stubbornly raised her head and said indifferently, "If fellow cultivator Xiao doesn't agree, I will leave immediately." "All right." Although Xiao Hua didn't understand the relationship between Zhen Qing, Chen Yi, and Sun Qian, Xiao Hua understood a lot from Sun Qian's stubbornness, Qin Yi's viciousness, and the indecisiveness in Zhen Qing's flute. However, when Xiao Hua released his Buddhist consciousness again, where was Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia? Xiao Hua couldn't help but ask awkwardly, "Senior, do you know where the nearest transmission array is?" Sun Xian didn't understand why Xiao Hua didn't give her the pills and instead asked about the teleportation formation. She looked around and casually pointed to 3 places, saying, "One of them leads to Twilight Tong City. I don't think fellow Taoist Xiao will walk right into a trap, right? Which of the 2 directions do you want to go, fellow Taoist?" Seeing that one of the directions Sun Xian was pointing at was similar to the direction of Fairy Hongxia, Xiao Hua happily scratched his ears and cheeks and said, "It's there." Then, he grabbed Sun Xian out of thin air and flew towards that direction. Although Sun Xian was injured, she was still a Jindan stage cultivator after all. Xiao Hua's grab made her look like a child, and Sun Xian didn't seem to have any strength to resist. This caused Sun Xian to be shocked again. However, Sun Xian immediately felt relieved. With the pressure of a nascent soul cultivator and the strength to easily kill a golden core cultivator, if Xiao Hua wasn't a nascent soul cultivator, who else could he be? However, while Sun Xian was relieved, she was puzzled again. After all, when Xiao Hua rushed into the burial flower manor, Sun Xian was secretly watching from the side. Xiao Hua really had the strength of a foundation establishment cultivator. How long had it been? Could it be that Xiao Hua had already concealed his cultivation? Sun Xian naturally had this thought. However, the moment this thought appeared, Sun Xian immediately shouted, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, you're flying towards this direction." Xiao Hua was extremely embarrassed as he replied, "Thank you, senior." This Xiao, oh, I see it, it's here. Xiao Hua's flying speed increased. It was exactly where Sun Xian was pointing. Sun Xian naturally released her divine sense. Unfortunately, she couldn't see anything. "Oh, by the way, senior, please help me conceal my cultivation. Before nameless identity is exposed, don't tell others." Xiao Hua seemed to be indifferent, but there was an unquestionable meaning in his tone. "I understand." Although Sun Xian was stubborn, she still understood this kind of thing and agreed without hesitation. From afar, Xiao Hua began to use his divine sense to harass Fairy Hongxia. He seemed to be in the right. Fairy Hongxia seemed to be in a fit of pique and did not release her divine sense. Only when they were close enough did Xiao Hua helplessly shout, "Senior brotherly, junior sister Hongxia, quickly come over and take out your pills. This senior son is injured." "Ah. There's really a fight?" Fairy Hongxia was also surprised. She released her divine sense and saw that beside Xiao Hua was a female cultivator. Her expression changed instantly. Of course, after a moment, she saw Sun Xian's appearance again. Fairy Hongxia's face was slightly hot. She quickly went forward and took out the medicine that Xiao Hua gave her. "Senior, it's not that I don't want to give you elixirs. It's that I don't have any in my storage bag." Xiao Hua only had eyes for others. His excellent character was immediately exposed. "Thank you, junior niece." Facing Fairy Hongxia and Li Zongbao, Sun Xian's tense heart finally relaxed. She nodded with a smile and took the elixirs without hesitation. Then, Sun Xian changed into a Taoist robe with Fairy Hongxia and followed Xiao Hua and the rest. Although Xiao Hua's elixirs were miraculous, Chen Yiming wanted Sun Xian's life after all. If Sun Xian wanted to recover, it would take a period of time. With Xiao Hua and the rest accompanying her, Sun Xian didn't have to worry. Although Fairy Hongxia didn't ask much, Xiao Hua couldn't not report. He explained the cause of the matter in detail. Of course, Sun Xian also listened at the side. Xiao Hua thought that Sun Xian would definitely say something. She might even reveal the grudge between the 3 of them. Now that Qin Yi's viciousness had been exposed, Zhen Qing's choice would naturally be biased towards Sun Xian. If he could accomplish this, he would be repaying Zhen Qing. Who knew that Sun Xian didn't say a word? No matter how Xiao Hua tried to beat around the bush, Fairy Hongxia would agree. Helpless, Xiaohua could only shut his mouth and extinguish this thought. After a few days, Xiaohua's elixirs were effective. Sun Xian's injuries had healed and the teleportation array was in sight. Sun Xian immediately stopped flying and bowed. Fellow cultivator Xiao, thank you for saving my life. Now, I have to go somewhere and can't travel with the three of you. Goodbye. That. Xiaohua wanted to say something but hesitated. He cupped his hands and said, Senior, please be careful. That's right. Senior, there are some elixirs. Take them, they will be useful in the future. Fairy Hongxia was careful. Without waiting for Sun Xian to fly away, she immediately took out a jade bottle and handed it to Sun Xian. Sun Xian didn't want to accept it, but the effect of the elixir was really good. It was indeed very useful to her. Thus, Sun Xian hesitated. Senior, Martial Uncle Zhen Qing has helped me before. This is Junior's filial piety. Please accept it. Xiaohua was afraid that Sun Xian wouldn't accept it. Who knew that once Zhen Qing was mentioned, Sun Xian's expression changed. She said indifferently, I don't have any entanglements with Zhen Qing. Fellow cultivator Xiao, you misunderstood. After saying that, she flew away without looking back, leaving a lonely figure in everyone's eyes. You talk too much. Fairy Hongxia glared at Xiaohua and hurriedly flew over. Unfortunately, she was only a foundation establishment cultivator. How could she catch up with Sun Xian? Luckily, everyone was heading towards the teleportation formation. There was no need to worry about any mishaps. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He knew that he had underestimated Sun Xian's stubbornness. He looked at Li Zongbao and didn't say anything. The two of them slowly flew behind. After half a day, they saw a beautiful town. Fairy Hongxia was standing in the air outside the town. Xiaohua looked at Fairy Hongxia's unhappy face and knew that the result was not good. He asked softly. I did catch up with her. I caught up with her when Senior's son stepped into the teleportation formation. Fairy Hongxia sighed and said, It's a pity that Senior's son didn't even talk to me. It was as if she didn't know me. She didn't even accept the elixir. This old lady is too. Xiaohua smacked his lips and shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Humph, that's called unforgettable love. Fairy Hongxia snorted and said, unlike some people who have who knows how many good junior sisters. Bad girl, Xiaohua complained in his heart. He rolled his eyes and pretended to be mysterious. I'm afraid that's not all. I didn't dare to tell you guys earlier. I reckon that Senior's son, that Chen Yi, and Martial Uncle Zhen Qing have a story. Who is Chen Yi? Fairy Hongxia immediately became spirited. What story do the three of them have? This Senior's son. Although she has a scar on her face, she looks elegant. She must have been a beauty when she was young. Chen Yi? Xiaohua was a little troubled. He didn't know how to explain it. After thinking for a while, he gave a rough explanation. Although Xiaohua's oral ability was not as good as Li Zongbao's, his story was more bizarre. It even involved the story of the youthful grass and Sun Xian and Chen Yi. Fairy Hongxia was fascinated by it. Li Zongbao also finally knew the origin of Xiaohua's revitalizing elixir. At the same time, he naturally understood how dangerous the four of them had been in Tongmu City. But it was also because of this that Li Zongbao was even more puzzled. If Chen Yi was in Tongmu City, there was no reason for her to let Xiaohua go. Even if Xiaohua was the hero of the battle. But if Chen Yi wasn't in Tongmu City, why would Chen Yuming ambush Sun Qian? However, at this time, they were only a short distance away from the Kai family of Luyang. How could Li Zongbao's heart contain anything else? He was just thinking about it in his heart. No matter how dangerous it was all Xiaohua's fault. Li Zongbao was a disciple of the Utopia faction. Even if Qing Liuzi was given a lot of courage, he would never dare to touch Li Zongbao at this time. Chapter 2986. However, Fairy Hongxia was not Li Zongbao. She still wanted to ask about Chen Yi and Sun Qian, as well as Zhen Qing. However, Xiaohua really did not know. He could only smile bitterly and shake his head. Actually, there's no need to ask about the truth of the story. Chen Yi won't mention it, and Sun Qian won't talk about it either. The only one who can talk about it is martial uncle Zhen Qing. Will he talk about it? It's useless to pursue this now. Look at Chen Yi's viciousness and scheming, as well as senior son's stubbornness. Sigh, any male cultivator would not have a good ending. If there's a chance, we can ask martial uncle Zhen Qing's opinion. It's best if we can play matchmaker. Xiaohua's words sounded simple, but this was a dispute between golden core cultivators. What could a few foundation establishment cultivators do? Actually, I think the biggest reason is senior son's face. Fairy Hongxia said worriedly. No one is willing to show their ugliest part to the person they love the most. Chen Yi is in charge of Burial Flower Manor. She has some elders who know poison. Senior son's face must be related to Chen Yi. Xiaohua nodded. If we don't heal the scar on his face, it won't be appropriate to give senior son the rejuvenation pill. We'll have to rely on you. Fairy Hongxia glared at Xiaohua. Didn't you say you can do anything except give birth? Yes, junior sister, I'll do whatever you ask. Xiaohua sighed. His efforts were not in vain. However, he felt that his words were wrong. He had no reason to ask for a junior sister. Fortunately, Fairy Hongxia rolled her eyes and did not argue with him. The three of them descended from the sky and entered the teleportation array. After exiting Rain Town's teleportation array, they were supposed to fly southwest. Xiaohua was no longer an Qi refinement disciple. It would only take a few days for him to accompany Fairy Hongxia and Li Zongbao to Yang Cauldron Mountain. However, the closer they got to Luyang, the more anxious Fairy Hongxia became. Even Li Zongbao, who was usually calm and steady, had a slight blush on his face. Let's take the flying boat. Xiaohua looked at Li Zongbao. The flying boat was in Li Zongbao's storage bag. Take us and fly back. Unexpectedly, Fairy Hongxia said resolutely, although the flowing cloud flying ship is fast, it can't compare to your lightning evasion. All right. Xiaohua didn't dare to decline, and he said in a low voice, Senior apprentice brotherly, don't use the slightest bit of magic power. Little brother will carry you and fly. Yes. Li Zongbao nodded slightly. Without waiting for him to speak, Xiaohua reached out with his left hand and grabbed Li Zongbao's wrist out of thin air, while his right hand gently wrapped around Fairy Hongxia's slender waist. With a rumbling sound of thunder, the three of them instantly turned into streaks of lightning and shot up into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In less than 2 days, he saw a towering mountain in the distant forest. There was a huge cauldron at the top of the mountain. It was the Yang Cauldron Mountain that Xiaohua had seen when he first came to Luyang. A slightly complicated expression appeared in Xiaohua's eyes. Yes, it had only been a few decades. The little itinerant cultivator from back then had now become a golden core cultivator. The feeling of uneasiness and the inability to see the future had now been replaced by complacency. Back then, he didn't know what the outcome would be when he entered Luyang, but when he entered, he had a beauty in his arms. However, looking at the Yang Cauldron Mountain, it was still the same. At the foot of the mountain, the river that wasn't considered wide still flowed slowly, like a never-ending melody. What had changed were people, things, experiences, and attitudes. Are the fake mountains and stone sculptures in the small town still the same? Xiaohua's figure swept across the river, and he couldn't help but think, is that blind old man still well? At that moment, Xiaohua suddenly turned around. Darling Xiao, Fairy Hongxia said anxiously, the Kai family is on the other side of the river, not in town. I know. Xiaohua said indifferently, however, I think there's something more important that needs to be done. Oh. Fairy Hongxia was stunned. She really didn't know what was more important than Kai Zhuoxia's life at that moment. When Xiaohua flew to a corner of the small town, he released Fairy Hongxia and Li Zongbao, and landed in the middle of the pile of stone sculptures. After a few decades, the group of stone sculptures had been damaged. The previously lifelike child had long lost his limbs, and the old cow that had lowered its head to plow the fields was gone. Only a large portion of its body remained, and there was a lot of bird droppings on it. This is. Although Fairy Hongxia was born and grew up in Luyang, she didn't know anything about the stone sculptures. The first time I came to Luyang town, I saw a blind old man here. Xiao Hua calmly recounted the situation that day. He was just a mortal, and he was blind. Yet, he was able to focus on carving for 20 years. He used the unique scenery to decorate Luyang, and used the beautiful scenery to repay the people who helped him. 20 years, almost 30% of his life, he had been doing this seemingly boring thing. He didn't know how great the effects of his carving would be, nor did he know how long his works would last. Yet, he did it. Only when he did it, would his legacy remain in this world, and only then would others be able to see his existence. Now, the stone sculptures are already damaged. Perhaps it won't be long before they are cleaned up. Now, not many people will remember the old man who lowered his head to chisel the stones decades ago. When the stone sculptures are gone, even fewer people will know. But, this person, he really did exist. This matter, he really did try his best in the past. The beauty of Luyang, it really did exist. The life and death of a person are coincidental, but also inevitable. Even if a mortal only lives for 50 to 60 years, even if a Mahayana cultivator lives for tens of thousands of years, as long as they live, they work hard, they do something, they will leave a deep mark in this world. Humans may not remember, but heaven and earth will remember, and so will the heavenly Tao. Sometimes, life and death aren't scary. What's scary is being mediocre. Xiao Hua looked at the traces left behind by the vicissitudes of time on this stone sculpture and spoke with deep emotions. When Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia heard this, their hearts were moved. For Xiao Hua to be able to cultivate to the nascent soul stage in such a heaven-defying manner, there was indeed something special about him. The two of them were completely convinced. Junior brother's words are extremely true. I am indeed somewhat superficial. Li Zongbao took a deep breath. Zhuxia's life and death isn't important. What's important is the unforgettable memory of her. Hearing Li Zongbao's words, Xiao Hua was relieved. After all, Li Zongbao had placed too much hope in Kai Zhuxia's life. He really didn't dare to guarantee that his strange willow branch would be able to keep Kai Zhuxia alive. If he wasn't facing a living Kai Zhuxia, but a skeleton, Xiao Hua didn't know if Li Zongbao, who cultivated the parting emotions treasure mirror and whose mind was injured by the immortal slaying whip, could remain calm. Phew, Fairy Hongxia also let out a long breath and nodded. Darling Xiao, I was too anxious. Let's go now. Xiao Hua glanced at the broken stone sculptures again. With a flick of his sleeves, his body floated up again. A chant similar to Sanskrit came from Xiao Hua's mouth. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, all living things must return to their origin. This stone sculpture has already completed its mission. If it's still here, it will become a tragic scene. Why don't you go too? As Xiao Hua's voice fell, all the stone sculptures slowly stirred up fine dust in the wind. Not long after, they completely disappeared between heaven and earth. The people were gone, the objects were gone too. Their memories would naturally be gone too. Fairy Hongxia adjusted her mood and didn't even release her divine sense. She brought Xiao Hua and slowly flew to the other side of the river. Just like before, many of the secular people in Luyang town stopped in their tracks and respectfully bowed to the three of them. Some of the elders who knew Fairy Hongxia even knelt on the ground. One could see the prestige of the Kai family in Luyang. In just a moment, they had crossed the river. Xiao Hua looked at the continuous manor in the distance, and the majestic archway and vermilion door. It was obviously more imposing than before. He couldn't help but smile. The Kai family of Luyang is no longer what it used to be. Fairy Hongxia's face also revealed a faint smile. She said cheerfully, Darling Xiao, you must be joking. I haven't been back for a long time. Darling Xiao has contributed greatly to the Kai family's current development. Immediately after, Fairy Hongxia tidied her Taoist robe and said politely, "Senior brother, this way please." "All right." Li Zongbao nodded. He knew that Fairy Hongxia was performing the etiquette of a host. I remember that the doors of your Kai family have always been tightly shut. It seems that only the doors of nobility and the doors of life and death can open. Why are they open today?" Just as Fairy Hongxia was being polite to Li Zongbao, Xiaohua's sharp eyes saw the vermilion door slowly opening. "Don't listen to that Kai Mingsong's nonsense." Fairy Hongxia pursed her lips and said, "Our Kai family of Luyang is just a cultivation family. Why do we have so many rules? When I left Luyang to join the Huanhua sect, I had already asked my father to abolish this rule. The Kai family of Qingyang really can't control our Kai family of Luyang." Immediately after, Fairy Hongxia looked at the people who were walking out of the door. She smiled and said, "Perhaps there are some important guests who are here today? It doesn't matter who comes, as long as it's not a matter of life and death." Xiaohua smiled. "Don't jinx it." Fairy Hongxia glared at him. "Don't blame me for not letting you enter the manor if you continue." I wouldn't dare. Xiaohua shrunk his neck and stole a glance at Li Zongbao. It was a pity that Xiaohua's advice was wasted. Li Zongbao was in the middle of the situation. Although he knew that he shouldn't be so worried and that he would get the results in a moment, his eyes were still looking into the distance, somewhat absent-minded. Forget it, humans aren't saints. If all the male cultivators in the world were as infatuated as Li Zongbao, the female cultivators wouldn't be sad. Xiaohua sighed and didn't say anything more. Since Xiaohua and the rest had already seen the Kai family's door open, the people walking out of the door naturally saw the three people in midair. A few not-so-strong foundation establishment divine senses swept over. Chapter 2987. Naturally, those divine thoughts only scanned Xiaohua and Li Zongbao for a moment before landing on Fairy Hongxia. In a moment, 3 to 5 cultivators hurriedly flew out from the gate and rushed towards the three of them. Xiaohua could see clearly that the person in front of him was Kai Haisong. Although they hadn't seen each other for decades, Kai Haisong's hair had turned white and he was covered in wrinkles. However, his tall, thin figure, square face, and bright eyes were exactly the same as when Xiaohua first met him. In fact, his tightly shut lips were even more majestic than before. However, at this moment, Kai Haisong's tightly shut lips were trembling. His bright eyes were flashing with surprise and love. The several people near him were also in the early stage of the foundation building realm. Although they were also old, Xiaohua could still recognize them. They were none other than Kai Haisong's several clan brothers, Kai Shansong, Kai Fengsong, and Kai Hasong. When Fairy Hongxia saw that her father was coming, she was overjoyed. She ignored Xiaohua and hurriedly flew down. Unfortunately, before Fairy Hongxia could call out, "Father," Kai Haisong suddenly stood in midair. Kai Shansong and the rest also stood respectfully. The four of them bowed together and said, "Master of the Kai family of Luyang, Kai Haisong, and his clan relatives, Kai Shansong, Kai Fengsong, and Kai Hasong, greet Fairy Hongxia of the Huanhua sect." Fairy Hongxia was stunned. Then, her face showed bitterness. She hurriedly stopped. This was the etiquette of the Huanhua sect. It was the face of the Huanhua sect. She didn't dare to avoid it and accepted the bow firmly. Then, she returned the bow and said, "Master of the Kai family, please rise." Then, Fairy Hongxia pointed at Li Zongbao and Xiaohua who were flying over and said calmly, "This is Li Zongbao of the Utopia sect and Xiaohua of the Imperial Thunder sect." Yes, Master of the Kai family of Luyang, Kai Haisong, and his clan relatives, Kai Shansong, Kai Fengsong, and Kai Hasong, greet Senior Brother Li Zongbao of the Utopia sect and Senior Brother Xiaohua of the Imperial Thunder sect. Kai Haisong and the rest did not dare to tarry as they hurriedly bowed again. Furthermore, unlike the way they treated Fairy Hongxia, they even added the words, "Senior Brother." As a disciple of the Huanhua sect, Fairy Hongxia was naturally afraid that there would be a difference in etiquette when she returned to the Kai family sect in Luyang. However, Li Zongbao and Xiao Hua were a little different. When the two of them heard Kai Haisong address him as senior brother, their faces were already filled with fear. They looked at each other and hurriedly extended their hands, saying anxiously, "Senior Kai, please don't stand on ceremony." As they spoke, the two of them were about to activate their Fa Li. However, as soon as they released their Fa Li, they immediately felt that it was inappropriate and simultaneously withdrew their Fa Li. However, the two of them immediately returned the greeting, not daring to accept it like Fairy Hongxia. "Senior Kai." Kai Haisong and the others were bewildered. They looked at Li Zongbao, then at Xiao Hua, and finally at Fairy Hongxia. At this moment, Xiao Hua looked like he was in the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage. However, he had previously visited the Kai family sect in Luyang when he was around Qi refining stage level 4. He could be considered an old acquaintance of the Kai family. It was barely acceptable for him to call him senior. However, Li Zongbao was now in the late stage of the foundation establishment stage. Furthermore, Li Zongbao's name was like the sun in the sky in the 3 cultivation countries. Everyone knew that he was the strongest person below the golden core stage. How could he call him senior? However, when Kai Haisong saw the slight blush on Fairy Hongxia's face, he could not help but laugh. He looked left and right at the few disciples of the sect. His eyes were filled with realization. "Head of the Kai family, let us descend and speak." Fairy Hongxia was naturally a little shy. However, she still spoke in a proper manner. "Yes, please." A smile appeared on Kai Haisong's wrinkled face as he respectfully stepped aside. Fairy Hongxia's face was also formal as she raised her hand and said, "Senior brother Li, junior brother Xiao, please." "All right." Xiao Hua was clearly impatient with this kind of etiquette. He glanced at Li Zongbao and descended from the sky. Li Zongbao did not mind and also landed on the ground. On the other hand, Kai Haisong and the rest were a little surprised. Fairy Hongxia could be considered as half a host. Naturally, she would invite Li Zongbao and Xiao Hua to go first. However, Li Zongbao's cultivation level was higher than Xiao Hua's, so Li Zongbao should be the one to land first. Furthermore, Li Zongbao was the leader of the first group in the conference hall. If he did not go first, who would? However, Kai Haisong immediately understood. When Xiao Hua came to the Kai family sect decades ago, he was originally a rogue cultivator. He probably did not know about this kind of etiquette. Looking at Li Zongbao's magnanimous appearance, Kai Haisong's eyes almost narrowed. When the group of people landed, the Kai family disciples standing by the vermilion door bowed and greeted them respectfully. However, there were 2 early foundation establishment disciples in front of the group. They looked to be middle-aged, but their facial features were very similar to Kai Haisong and the rest. Xiao Hua looked at the disciples in front of him who were around the 10th level of Qi refining and sighed in his heart. A few decades ago, when he first came to the Kai family sect, most of the disciples he received were at the 3rd or 4th level of Qi refining. In just a few decades, the Kai family's cultivation level had increased by more than a level. In fact, other than the family head and the rest who had already built their foundation, even the second-generation disciples had built their foundation. "Ingjun, Hongsheng, the 2 of you have cultivated well." Fairy Hongxia looked at the 2 disciples who were much older than her and said with a smile, "Many thanks for elder sister's praise." The 2 disciples respectfully replied, "Our Kai family is proud of elder sister. We follow elder sister's example and cultivate diligently. Our cultivation level is nothing in front of elder sister. And it has been hard on you." Fairy Hongxia felt a little bitter in her heart. She knew that the 2 of them were able to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage in the Kai family sect. If they were in a cultivation sect, their future would be bright. However, the 2 of them stayed in Luyang for the sake of the Kai family sect's future. These 2 would definitely be the candidates for the position of family head in the future. Elder sister and the rest have worked harder than us. The two of them smiled and said, our Kai family sect still needs the support of elder sister and the rest. Elder sister understands. Fairy Hongxia nodded. Then, Fairy Hongxia waved her hand and said, you all can rise. The matter between the Huanhua sect and the Kai family sect is over. Now, it's time to pay respects. Hongxia, you can't. Kai Haisong hurriedly stopped her. Did you get the Huanhua sect's permission to return to the Kai family sect? You have to show us the Huanhua sect's token first. At this point, Fairy Hongxia couldn't care less. Looking at Kai Haisong's bitter face for the sake of the Kai family sect's prosperity, she knelt on the ground and said sadly, Father, this boy is unfilial. He hasn't returned for so many years. You've worked hard. Hongxia, Kai Haisong couldn't help but feel sad. Tears flowed down his face as he went forward to support his daughter. Seeing that Fairy Hongxia was also crying, he used his rough hand to wipe away the tears on her delicate face and said, hurry and get up. You're already so old. You'll be a joke to outsiders. It's all right, Father. We're not outsiders. Fairy Hongxia whispered shyly. Father knows. Kai Haisong looked at Li Zongbao with great satisfaction and said, you're not young anymore. Furthermore, you're not a disciple of our Kai family sect. These matters aren't something that Father can handle. Everything depends on your sect. However, Father is very satisfied. After the great battle of Dao Sword, Father has been inquiring about the battle. Fellow Daoist Li and fellow Daoist Zhao's deeds, we've heard it word by word. We've heard it more than once. You've really given the Kai family sect face. Kai Haisong then turned to Li Zongbao and said, fellow Daoist Li, in the future, Father. Fairy Hongxia's face turned red as she said shyly, it's not senior brother Li, ah? Kai Haisong and the others were stunned and immediately felt slightly disappointed in their hearts. However, after a moment, Kai Haisong smiled again and looked at Xiao Hua and said, fellow Daoist Xiao, I'll leave the future matters to you. How could Xiao Hua not see Kai Haisong's disappointment? However, if he asked himself honestly, Xiao Hua's current performance was indeed far inferior to Li Zongbao, whether it was in terms of cultivation or so-called family power. However, Xiao Hua could see the sincerity in Kai Haisong's smile. It came from the bottom of his heart. Although Kai Haisong's last words weren't many, they were heavy. They were the expectations of a loving father for his daughter's future happiness. This junior will. Xiao Hua bowed respectfully. Although this wasn't considered a dual cultivation ceremony, Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. Get up. Kai Haisong smiled through his tears and extended his right hand to lift Xiao Hua up. However, he was satisfied. Kai Shansong and the rest, as well as Kai Yingjun and the other juniors, weren't too happy. The difference between Li Zongbao and Xiao Hua was obvious. Moreover, Li Zongbao's name was too famous now. Although Fairy Hongxia, Xiao Mao, and Xiao Hua followed closely behind, they were still far away. These people were complaining that Fairy Hongxia didn't look for Li Zongbao, but went to look for Xiao Hua instead. In fact, when Kai Haisong lifted Xiao Hua up with his right hand, he looked at Li Zongbao with some regret. He was still a little puzzled as to why Li Zongbao addressed him as senior. Xiao Hua stood up respectfully, but Fairy Hongxia didn't. Instead, she clapped her hands and took out a jade box from her storage bag. She raised it above her head and said, Father, this is your daughter's gift to you. Please accept it. Oh. Looking at Fairy Hongxia's respect and the jade box, Kai Haisong's heart was already full. He said lovingly, you child, you've left enough things for the Kai family of Luyang. These things are all for cultivation. You can use them as much as you want. Father doesn't lack anything. Father, this thing has nothing to do with cultivation. It's your daughter's filial piety. Take a look first. Fairy Hongxia said coquettishly. Although Fairy Hongxia wasn't young anymore, her appearance was still the same. Looking at her, Kai Haisong felt that she was still the child he used to love. He couldn't help but smile and said, I know. Father, take a look. When Kai Haisong opened it, he was stunned. It was just an ugly elixir. He really couldn't tell what kind of elixir it was. However, he still happily said, Good child, father will accept this item. Get up. Chapter 2988. Hee, Daddy, you don't even know what this is. At this moment, Fairy Hongxia stood up and laughed. As long as it's from you, father will like it no matter what it is. Kai Haisong seemed to be afraid that Fairy Hongxia would be sad and hurriedly kept it. This is a rejuvenation pill. Fairy Hongxia's expression was indifferent. She looked at Kai Shansong in company and said, Father, you have given your all for the Kai family of Luyang and have worked hard for your entire life. Your daughter would like to thank you for everything you have done for the Kai family of Luyang. Also, I've only received one rejuvenation pill this time. However, I promise uncles that I'll send the other rejuvenation pills to Luyang in half a year's time. Rejuvenation pill. After the Great War of the Sword Path, the name of Sky Patrol City became famous again in the Three Kingdoms of Cultivation. The rejuvenation pill's name was more suitable than the ageless pill, making it one of the most coveted pills for female cultivators. Although Kai Haisong and the rest were not very interested in restoring their youth, they knew the name of this pill. Not only was Kai Haisong shocked, but all the disciples of the Kai family were shocked. They might not know the effects of the rejuvenation pill, but they knew the price of the rejuvenation pill. It was definitely not something the Kai family of Luyang could afford. Hearing that it was such a precious elixir, Kai Haisong did not hesitate. He quickly reached into his clothes and took out the jade box. He handed it to Fairy Hongxia and said, Father, why are you taking this elixir? Or are you? However, when Kai Haisong's gaze fell on Fairy Hongxia's youthful face, he immediately came to a realization. He shook his head with a smile and turned to pass it to Xiaohua. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's face was even younger than Fairy Hongxia's, Shansong. Finally, Kai Haisong looked at Kai Shansong behind him and handed the jade box over. He said, Big brother is old, so it's useless to take this. You've contributed a lot to the Kai family, so I'll give this to you. A look of surprise flashed across Kai Shansong's face, but he shook his head and said, Big brother, this rejuvenation pill is a gift from Fairy Hongxia. It has nothing to do with us. If I want it, it must be given to me by June. That's right, big brother. Kai Fengsong smiled and said, Fairy Hongxia said that we'll have it within half a year's time. You should take it first. Let us see the effects of this legendary rejuvenation pill. Yes, father. You don't have to be so polite. Boy here guarantees to uncle, as well as June and Hongsheng, that after half a year, there will definitely be a rejuvenation pill for them. Fairy Hongxia said word by word, glancing at Xiaohua beside her. That's right, Senior Kai. Since senior sister has already said so, you can rest assured. Xiaohua hurriedly moved forward and said, if senior sister doesn't have the time to come back, it's the same for junior to make a trip. All right. Kai Haisong thought for a moment and smiled. Then this old man will also keep it and consume it together after half a year. Hearing this, Fairy Hongxia and Xiaohua's hearts thumped at the same time. Almost at the same time, they said, Don't. Hongxia Fairy looked at Xiaohua and said, Father, you should take it when we are at home. Let your daughter see what you were like when you were young. Alas, it's a pity that your mother died early. Kai Haisong sighed. Yes. Hongxia Fairy was stunned. She looked at her uncles and said, Auntie and the others will also get it. Niece, let's think of a way together. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He wanted to send a voice transmission but he didn't dare to disturb Hongxia Fairy's mood. This rejuvenation pill was indeed excellent, but if there were really too many of them, wouldn't Luyang's Kai family become the target of public criticism? How could a small cultivation family withstand the covetous eyes of a golden core female cultivator? Fortunately, Kai Fengsong said in time, Hongxia, although you have military merits and the Huanhua sect will reward you with these, you don't have to be too embarrassed. Uncle and the others don't have to worry about it." Hearing this, Xiaohua hurriedly stretched out his hand and took out a storage pouch from his bosom. He respectfully handed it to Kai Haisong and said, "Senior Kai, this is a small token of appreciation from Junior and Senior Li Zongbao. Please accept it." These things were already prepared by Xiaohua on the way here. It was just that he didn't tell Fairy Hongxia about it. When Fairy Hongxia saw that Xiaohua was being polite, she was also very happy in her heart. Her previous grudge had dissipated by quite a bit. "Hee, Xiaohua, the last time you came to my Kai family, you brought a lot of good things. My Kai family benefited a lot because of this. I've always wanted to thank you. Now that I'm here again, there's no need to be so courteous," Kai Haisong said and looked at Li Zongbao. "Fellow cultivator Li is an outstanding disciple of the Utopia faction. It's good that you're here in Luyang. There's no need to be courteous." Li Zongbao knew that these were Xiaohua's things. However, he wouldn't be courteous to Xiaohua. His face was a little red as he bowed. "It's my duty, it's my duty." Li Zongbao didn't know how to speak before Hongxia Fairy explained his situation to Kai Haisong. Moreover, he was a man of few words. "Father." Hongxia Fairy knew that this matter needed to be reported to Kai Haisong alone. She whispered, "Boy, there's something." Kai Haisong handed the storage bag to Kai Shansong and said, "Wait a moment. You came back at the wrong time, ah?" At this moment, Kai Shansong exclaimed from the side. Not only did it cause Kai Haisong to frown, but everyone's gaze also fell on him before he could finish his sentence. However, Kai Shansong didn't care about the gazes of others. He handed the storage bag to Kai Haisong and stuttered, "Big brother, you take a look." Hongxia Fairy didn't think it was strange. She looked at Xiaohua. Her reproachful eyes clearly said, "At least you know your place." Hee. Xiaohua was about to smile in return when Hongxia Fairy glared at him and looked at the storage bag in Kai Haisong's hand. Ah. Sure enough, even though Kai Haisong was mentally prepared, he could see the items in the storage bag. There were a lot of spirit stones, flying swords, magical weapons, and especially many jade slips. Although Kai Haisong didn't look at the jade slips, he knew that they must be secret skills. Nephew Xiao. This is too precious. Kai Haisong wanted to return the storage bag to Xiaohua, but he was reluctant. The items in the storage bag were not comparable to the rejuvenation elixir. They were exactly what the Kai family needed to carry forward their development. As a cultivation clan, Luyang's Kai family cannot compare to Qingyang's Kai family. Not only are their descendants' bloodlines not pure, they are also lacking in cultivation methods and secret techniques. If they are compared to cultivation sects, they are also lacking in magic tools and spirit stones. Although Xiaohua's storage pouch cannot instantly raise Luyang's Kai family to the level of a cultivation sect, it will not be difficult for it to surpass Qingyang's Kai family. It's okay, Senior Kai. The items in the storage bag belong to me and Senior Li. They have nothing to do with the Utopia faction or the Imperial Thunder sect. Xiaohua smiled. And these items? I'm just replicating them. You don't have to take it to heart. Even if they're replicating, this gift is too much. Kai Haisong sighed and bowed again to thank Li Zongbao. Thank you for your generous gift. Kai Haisong naturally gave most of the storage bag to Li Zongbao. It's my duty, it's my duty. Li Zongbao returned the bow awkwardly. At this moment, two divine thoughts swept over from afar. They scanned the crowd unscrupulously. Then, one divine thought locked onto Li Zongbao, while the other stayed on Xiaohua. Fairy Hongxia frowned slightly. Kai Haisong smiled bitterly and said in a low voice, Hongxia, today is the day that the head of the Kai family of Qingyang, Kai Yang, and the great elder, Kai Hongfeng, are coming to Luyang. They just sent a message amulet. Father brought the disciples out to welcome them. Who knew that they would bump into you on your way home? You're no longer a disciple of the Kai family of Luyang. You just have to watch from the side. Yes, I understand. Fairy Hong Xia looked at Kai Haisong and knew that things were not as simple as they seemed. However, since Kai Haisong did not want to talk about it and time was of the essence, Fairy Hong Xia did not ask too much. Disciples, get ready to welcome the head of the Kai family of Qingyang. Kai Haisong carefully kept the storage bag and waved his hand as he said loudly. Yes, we understand. The disciples' morale was high and their voices soared into the sky. The Kai family of Qingyang has always sent housekeepers and even deacons to Luyang. The most solemn one was when the great elder brought Kai Yuxia to seek revenge for Kai Zhuxia. This time, even the head of the family came personally. It seems like this is not a small matter. Fairy Hong Xia looked at the two figures that gradually appeared and a thoughtful expression appeared on her face. Not long after, two sage-like cultivators appeared in front of everyone. The one in front of them had a rectangular face, a pair of slender eyes, and two white eyebrows that slanted deep into his temples. Although there were many wrinkles on his face, they were not too dense, and his ruddy face carried an arrogant expression. This person's appearance was somewhat similar. He was the head of the Kai family of Qingyang, Kai Yang, a cultivator who had just stepped into the late foundation establishment stage. Only the cultivator behind Kai Yang was clearly recognized by Xiao Hua. It was the great elder of the Kai family of Qingyang, Kai Hongfeng, who had hunted him down here decades ago. The divine sense that had locked onto him was also his. However, at this time, Kai Hongfeng was no longer the early foundation establishment stage cultivator of the past. His cultivation had also reached the middle foundation establishment stage. Moreover, when he saw Kai Hongfeng's mouth moving slightly and the way Kai Yang looked at him was different. There was some hatred in his eyes. Xiao Hua understood that he had been remembered by the head of the Kai family of Qingyang. Kai Yang and Kai Hongfeng descended from the sky. Kai Haisong led a group of Luyang's Kai family disciples to greet them. Kai Yang and Kai Hongfeng calmly accepted everyone's greetings, then raised their hands and said, "All of you, rise." Then, Kai Yang ignored Kai Haisong and the others and turned to salute Li Zongbao. The head of the Kai family of Qingyang, Kai Yang, greets fellow Daoist Li Zongbao. Congratulations to fellow Daoist Li for leading the first team of the Dao Sect's meeting hall to obtain outstanding military merits in the Great Dao Sword Battle. Chapter 2989. Yes. Li Zongbao was respectful to Kai Haisong, but not to Kai Yang. He returned the greeting casually. The war is over. My achievements are history. There's no need to mention it again. I admire fellow cultivator Li for treating fame and fortune as fleeting clouds. If possible, I wonder if I could invite fellow cultivator Li to the Qingyang Kai family as a guest. The thousands of disciples of the Qingyang Kai family admire fellow cultivator Li very much. Kai Yang didn't seem to find Li Zongbao's attitude inappropriate and asked politely. I came here with junior sister Hongxia for some business. I'll return to the Utopia faction when I'm done. Li Zongbao was a little impatient, but he didn't want to cause trouble for Kai Haisong. He said evasively, if there's an opportunity in the future, it won't be too late for me to go. Seeing that Li Zongbao didn't refuse immediately, which was different from the rumors, Kai Yang was very happy. He hurriedly took out a message charm and handed it to Li Zongbao. He smiled and said, if fellow cultivator Li comes to visit, please send a message to me as soon as possible. The disciples of the Qingyang Kai family welcome you. Yes. Li Zongbao's face was calm. Although there was anxiety in his eyes, he still reached out to take it. Fellow cultivator Xiao, Kai Hongfeng said coldly without waiting for Kai Yang to speak. This is the second time we've met. Yes. Xiao Hua looked up and down at Kai Hongfeng. He didn't seem to have any intention of fighting, so he nodded calmly. I didn't expect that a little level 4 Qi refining cultivator would become a foundation establishment cultivator who dominated the Taoist sword war. Kai Hongfeng continued, however, how are you going to explain the fact that fellow Daoist Xiao killed Kai Yingxia, a disciple of my Kai family? He, how will I explain it? Xiao Hua smiled. I've already told you about this matter several decades ago. Could it be that great elder Kai has already forgotten? Of course I remember it. Kai Hongfeng laughed. But this is the life of a direct disciple of the Kai family. I don't know if fellow cultivator Xiao will give us an explanation now. Hongfeng, Kai Yang scolded him as expected. Why do you keep harping on what happened in the past and refuse to let go? Who was fellow cultivator Xiao before? Who is fellow Daoist Xiao now? In the past, fellow Daoist Xiao was just a rogue cultivator. But now, fellow Daoist Xiao is not only an elite disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, but also a member of the first team in the Dao sect's discussion hall. He is a person with outstanding military exploits and is not far from being able to command the entire Shi country. How could he not give the Kai family an explanation? Even if he doesn't give us an explanation, won't the Imperial Thunder sect give us an explanation? Won't the leader of the first squad give us an explanation? Li Zongbao stared blankly. He didn't know that Xiao Hua actually had a grudge with Qin Yang's Kai family. However, he looked at Xiao Hua and then at Kai Yang. He said indifferently, this is junior brother Zhao's own matter. It has nothing to do with my discussion hall's first team. If you have anything to say, just tell him directly. I won't interfere. Hearing this, Kai Yang's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he didn't quite understand. He was obviously giving Li Zongbao face. Li Zongbao only needed to say one word, no, just half a word, and he would definitely accept it. But he didn't think, heh. Xiao Hua also chuckled, Kai family head, I'm sure you've heard the great elders report on what happened that day. The truth of the matter is right there, but this Xiao is not willing to talk about it. If Kai family head wants to seek justice for Kai Yingxia, then I will accept it. At this time, not only does it have nothing to do with the discussion hall's first team, it also has nothing to do with the Imperial Thunder sect. There, Kai Yang laughed. He could only reply, no matter what the matter is, and no matter how great the impact fellow Daoist Xiao has caused, fellow Daoist Xiao is after all a great hero of the Shi country. How can this old man make a move? Today, in front of fellow Daoist Li of the Utopia sect, this old man will make a decision. The previous matter will be overturned. If fellow Daoist Xiao accompanies fellow Daoist Li to my Qin Yang's Kai family, my Kai family will still treat you as a distinguished guest. Oh. Thank you so much, Kai family head. Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. However, he didn't want to be at odds with the Qin Yang's Kai family and make things difficult for Kai Haisong, so he bowed and said. Unexpectedly, Kai Yang didn't return the bow, but accepted it directly. He really regarded Xiao Hua as a cultivator in the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage. Then he turned to Fairy Hongxia with a solemn face and raised his hand. This old man greets Fairy Hongxia. Fairy Hongxia naturally didn't dare to be negligent. She hurriedly bowed and returned the bow. She smiled and said, Family head, you don't have to be so polite. The fairy's order was just a joke. Family head is a senior, how can you address me in such a manner? If you were still a disciple of the Kai family, this old man would definitely call you Fairy Hongxia, and definitely not say a word more. Kai Yang said lightly. However, you are now a disciple of the Huanhua sect, and also a member of the discussion hall's first team in the great battle of Dao Sword. Your name is now known all over the world. As the family head of the Kai family, this old man has to address you as Fairy Hongxia. Senior, you think too highly of this junior. Fairy Hongxia frowned slightly, but still nodded. Fairy Hongxia is from the Kai family. Now that you are a disciple of the Huanhua sect, you have achieved great military exploits. Reporting to family head, although the Kai family of Luyang is a branch of the Kai family of Qingyang, for thousands of years, we have been living in a remote corner. In Luyang, in Yang Cauldron Mountain, we have been deeply rooted in Luyang. There is no reason for us to move to Qingyang and become one with the Kai family of Qingyang. Then, you are against it? Kai Yang's face was obviously stunned as he asked coldly. That's right, I am against family head's suggestion. Kai Haisong nodded. Is it your idea or everyone's idea? Kai Yang glanced at Kai Shansong and the rest and asked again. Kai Haisong hurriedly said, I am the family head of the Kai family of Luyang. I am the only one who can make this decision. I don't need their opinions. Haisong, oh Haisong, I have overestimated you. Kai Yang shook his head vigorously with a pained expression. He seemed to be extremely disappointed. I thought that you would place the interests of the Kai family above everything else. But now, you have really disappointed me. You are so short-sighted. You only see your own power and forgot about the development of the Kai family. This really hurts me. Kai Haisong, Kai Hongfeng, who was beside him, also mocked him. Now that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on Xiaoyu continent has changed greatly, all kinds of cultivation techniques and secret techniques are gradually losing their effectiveness. The future of the disciples of the cultivation sects is bleak. As for the disciples of the cultivation sects, because of their bloodline, they are like fish in water in the mutated spiritual energy. Many of them have awakened their true spirit bloodline and obtained true spirit celestial bodies. As a result, the strength of those sects is rapidly expanding, and the speed of their development is much faster than before. Our Kai family is the descendant of the Ice Phoenix. Our true spirit bloodline is famous in Xiaoyu continent. We should be standing at the forefront during this turbulent time. How can you be so short-sighted? Chapter 2990. Due to various historical reasons, our Kai family has split up quite a bit. Kai Yang also tried to persuade him. And your Kai family of Luyang is one of the bigger branches. If you all move back to Qingyang, our Kai family's power will definitely increase by a lot. In particular, our Kai family of Qingyang will also be open to the Kai family of Luyang. This is killing two birds with one stone. It's also something that I've discussed with the elders for a long time. You can't do this for your own selfish reasons. Patriarch Qingyang. Without waiting for Kai Yang to finish, Kai Shansong immediately said, You may mean well, but our Kai family of Luyang has lived here for thousands of years and is already used to the scenery here. Before the Kai family of Qingyang, our Kai family of Luyang developed extremely well. In the future, all the disciples of the Kai family of Luyang also feel that we can live better with our own strength. So, at this point, Kai Shansong dragged his voice and said, all the disciples of the Kai family of Luyang have unanimously agreed to stay in Luyang. This is not the decision of the patriarch of the Kai family of Luyang alone. How dare you? Kai Hongfeng scolded. Kai Shansong, what right do you have to speak here? Kai Shansong gritted his teeth and lowered his head slightly, suppressing his rebuttal. Haisong, the benefits of having all the disciples of the Kai family in one place far outweigh the disadvantages. I've already explained the details in the jade slip I gave you earlier. If the Kai family of Qingyang and the Kai family of Luyang work together, it'll be 2 wins and 2 losses. You must consider this carefully. Kai Yang looked at Kai Haisong, Kai Shansong, and the others and continued to persuade earnestly. Patriarch Qingyang, please understand. Kai Haisong bit his lip and continued to shake his head. The Kai family of Luyang has been separated from the Kai family of Qingyuan for too long. How can we move just like that? This matter needs to be considered in the long run. Kai Haisong. Kai Hongfeng's face paled again. He said coldly, this matter has already been unanimously approved by the elders of the Kai family. If your Kai family of Luyang is still a branch of the Kai family of Qingyuan, you must listen to the arrangements of the Kai family of Qingyuan. Patriarch. This matter is too complicated. It needs to be considered in the long run. Kai Haisong hurriedly cried out. Haisong, you've really disappointed me. This last chance has slipped away from your hands. Don't blame me for punishing you. Kai Yang let out a long sigh. He looked at Fairy Hong Xia, whose expression was not good, and said, Now, in front of the disciples of the Kai family of the Huanhua sect, I will let her know that some of my decisions are not made without thinking. They are not made on a whim. As he spoke, Kai Yang clapped his hands and took out a token similar to the phoenix token. He raised it high above his head and shouted, Luyang's Kai family's Kai Haisong refuses to accept the decision of the Kai family's elder council. He doesn't place the Kai family's future in his eyes and only considers his own personal interests. He is no longer able to convince the masses and is no longer qualified to lead the Kai family of Luyang. Now, I request the Kai family's phoenix token to remove Kai Haisong from the position of Luyang's Kai family's patriarch and hand it over to Luyang's Kai family's Kai Shansong. All Kai family disciples, listen up. Phoenix token? When Xiaohua saw the phoenix token in Kai Yang's hand, he couldn't help but look at Fairy Hongxia. However, Fairy Hongxia was so angry that her whole body was trembling. She still didn't take out the phoenix token that she had inherited from the phoenix inheritance. Not only that, the phoenix mark between her eyebrows had been hidden by her at some point. Patriarch. Just as Xiaohua looked at Fairy Hongxia, Kai Shansong shouted, Big brother is the true patriarch of the Kai family. This junior's talent is shallow and cannot be compared to Big brother. This junior cannot take over the position of patriarch of the Kai family. How can the position of patriarch of the Kai family of Luyang be decided by the likes of you? Our Kai family's elder council has already made a decision and there is no reason to change it. Kai Shansong, you have to accept it even if you don't want to. As Kai Yang spoke, he looked around and saw that the disciples of the Kai family of Luyang were all indignant. He raised the phoenix token in his hand and said, This is our Kai family's phoenix token. As a disciple of the Kai family and a descendant of the Ice Phoenix bloodline, seeing this token is like seeing our ancestors. Who is dissatisfied? Kneel. Suddenly, a clear phoenix cry sounded from the phoenix token. Immediately, a phoenix celestial body flew out from Kai Yang's body. A powerful aura was emitted from the phoenix token as Kai Yang let out a thunderous roar. Plop plop. Several disciples in the 7th stage of Qi refining could not resist the power of the phoenix token and involuntarily knelt on the ground. Which Kai family disciple dares to disobey the phoenix token? All of you, kneel. Kai Hongfeng shouted. However, following Kai Hongfeng's voice, an even more furious and shrill voice came from Fairy Hongxia's mouth, Xiaohua. Do you still want to enter my Kai family? Xiaohua was taken aback. He had originally thought that Fairy Hongxia would release her own Ice Phoenix Dharma body, but he hadn't expected that Fairy Hongxia would be so meticulous. She didn't give Qin Yang Kai family any leverage at all, and actually let him take action. Since his wife had spoken, what else did Xiaohua have to worry about? Xiaohua let out a hee and smacked his forehead with his hand. Wang, a huge gust of wind whistled out from Xiaohua's body, and a wave of pressure several times stronger than the phoenix token was emitted at the same time. Moreover, as Xiaohua brushed his hand away from his forehead, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth instantly gathered, and a huge palm was born in midair. With a thunderous momentum, it grabbed at the 30-meter-tall Phoenix Dharma body. This is probably the nascent soul stage. Xiaohua's pressure swept across the area. All the Kai family disciples, including Kai Yang and Kai Hongfeng, immediately froze. They could not even move their little fingers. In particular, a kind of fear came from the bottom of their hearts. It was almost an instinctive feeling. They all let out the same groan from the bottom of their hearts. When Xiaohua's nascent soul hand appeared, a power that could control heaven and earth was released from the nascent soul hand. It firmly grasped Kai Yang's phoenix celestial body and Kai Hongfeng's physical body. A kind of incomparable shock emerged from the Kai family's hearts. They almost could not believe that Xiaohua, who was only at the middle foundation establishment stage, suddenly became a nascent soul stage Xiaohua. Wu Ming. Kai Yang suddenly woke up and his face changed dramatically. Kacha. Kai Yang's phoenix celestial body, which was not very clear to begin with, was quickly destroyed. Pieces of it cracked and slowly sank into Kai Yang's physical body. Do you want to live or die? Xiaohua laughed sinisterly. The nascent soul hand fell and grabbed the two arrogant foundation establishment stage cultivators in his hand. It was as if he was holding two little chicks. Humph, Fairy Hong Xia sneered. She did not answer. Instead, she said, "This is what fellow Daoist Xiao did. It has nothing to do with the Kai family of Luyang. Their life and death is up to fellow Daoist Xiao." Senior Xiao. Kai Haisong hurriedly called out from the side. Family head Kai Yang was thinking of the Kai family bloodline. Although this action was a bit reckless, but his intention was not wrong. "Senior, please be magnanimous and don't hurt the family head of Kai family." Humph. Xiao Hua snorted coldly and scolded, "Kai Yang, did you hear that clearly? If the family head of Kai family of Luyang did not plead for you, I would definitely take your life. Today's matter is my doing. If you want to find trouble with me, you can come to the Imperial Thunder Sect. I will welcome you at any time. Moreover, you must keep today's matter a secret. If I find out that my secret was discovered, I will definitely kill my way to the Kai family of Luyang." Scram. After he finished speaking, Xiao Hua waved his sleeve and threw out his nascent soul hand. He didn't wait for Kai Yang and Kai Hongfeng to speak and threw them into the air. In a moment, they disappeared without a trace. The phoenix token that fell into the air turned into a shooting star and chased after them. Xiao Hua looked at the phoenix token that he did not know if was real or fake. He did not stop them and waved his sleeves again. The nascent soul's hand disappeared and he slowly descended from the air. Silence, silence, incomparable silence. All the Kai family disciples, including Kai Haisong, did not dare to breathe loudly as they looked at Xiao Hua carefully. Whether it was Nameless or a nascent soul grandmaster, they were all characters that the Kai family disciples did not dare to imagine. None of them could wake up from this contrast. That's right. Just now, an hour ago, other than Kai Haisong, everyone was secretly complaining that Fairy Hong Xia did not capture Li Zongbao. But after an hour, Xiao Hua revealed his strength and easily captured Kai Yang, who was in the late foundation establishment stage, and Kai Hongfeng, who was in the middle foundation establishment stage. Who would dare to look down on Fairy Hong Xia? Who would dare to look down on Xiao Hua, a small rogue cultivator who came to Luyang's Kai family several decades ago? Only 40 years? Or 50 years? Kai Haisong was shocked, but he slowly came to his senses. An incomparable feeling welled up in his heart. I've only cultivated from the 10th layer of Qi refining to the early stage of foundation establishment, and yet I feel so proud and self-satisfied. After all, it's been a long time since a foundation establishment patriarch has appeared in the Kai clan. But, compared to this Xiao Hua, I's days have been lived like a dog's body. That day, he was only at the 4th level of Qi refining. Today, he is actually a nascent soul grandmaster. All the cultivators below the golden core stage in the 3 cultivation countries have lived like a dog's body. The first stage of the Great War of Sword Dao is based on the golden core stage. Xiao Hua is a nascent soul stage cultivator. In the Great War of Sword Dao, who would be his opponent? This Li Zongbao, who is known as the number 1 cultivator below the golden core stage, would probably follow Xiao Hua's lead. With him, the discussion hall's first team would naturally be able to achieve outstanding merits. That Qin Jian, who is at the 3rd level of the sword transformation stage, would naturally be killed by him. All the merits of the discussion hall's first team were obtained by Xiao Hua alone. Everyone in the Dao sect guessed that the answer to the mystery lies with Xiao Hua alone. Li Zongbao, who is the center of attention, is only a puppet, a shield in front of Xiao Hua. All the unimaginable merits of the discussion hall's first team, there is only one truth. Chapter 2991. Senior Xiao. Kai Haisong stuttered, not knowing how to address him. After regaining his senses, he hurriedly bowed respectfully. Earlier, we were too slow. At the same time, all the Kai family disciples regained their senses and bowed, all of them wanting to address Xiao Hua as senior. Xiao Hua's methods towards others were like thunderbolts, but towards Fairy Hongxia's family, how could he dare to show the slightest bit of negligence? He hurriedly flicked his sleeves, and a powerful force was generated, holding everyone back. He rushed towards Kai Haisong and said anxiously, "Senior Kai, will you still allow me to enter the Kai family in the future?" Pfft! Fairy Hongxia, who was standing at the side, immediately laughed out loud. She was also filled with hatred just now, but she could not directly contend with the Kai family head, so she asked Xiao Hua to help. She was supposed to transmit her voice, but in her extreme anger, she forgot to do so. Hearing Xiao Hua's aggrieved cry, her face was flushed red, and her eyes were filled with pride. "Oh! Yes, yes," Kai Haisong was also bursting with joy. With such a nascent soul stage son-in-law in Luyang's Kai family, let alone the Qingyang Kai family, in the entire country of in the entire 3 kingdoms of cultivation, who would dare to challenge Luyang's Kai family? "Father, don't bow to him." Fairy Hongxia curled her lips and said, "His nascent soul stage cultivation is just a bluff. It's just a golden core stage cultivation. But when he brings out his nascent soul stage spiritual sense, it can scare others. He really is a nascent soul stage cultivator." Everyone suddenly understood. Fairy Hongxia's words were a little too obvious. How could others believe it? They only thought that she was being modest. Even if he's a golden core stage cultivator, this old man can't compare to him. Kai Haisong said with a smile, "Come, Xiao, calling me Xiao Hua is enough." Xiao Hua smiled tactfully. "Xiao Hua, this isn't the first time you've come to my Kai family. Last time, this old man already treated you rudely. Today, I won't dare to do it again." Kai Haisong really wanted to praise Li Zongbao, but when the words reached the tip of his tongue, he felt that they wouldn't be appropriate, so he could only force himself to swallow them back. After a few simple words, he turned to Li Zongbao and said, "Fellow Daoist Li, this is your first time visiting our Kai family. Although we didn't open our doors to welcome fellow Daoist Li, by a freak combination of factors, we did so to welcome fellow Daoist Li to our Kai family. Fellow Daoist Li, please. Senior Kai, you're too courteous." Li Zongbao's words stunned Kai Haisong, but what happened next confused Kai Haisong even more. Because Xiao Hua had already revealed his cultivation base, in accordance with the etiquette of the 3 kingdoms of cultivation, Xiao Hua should have walked in front of Li Zongbao. Although Li Zongbao had received Kai Haisong's invitation, this invitation came after Xiao Hua's, so he naturally didn't move. Instead, he waited for Xiao Hua to walk first. However, Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Senior brother Li, now that we're home, if we're talking about etiquette, senior brother should still go first." This. Li Zongbao's tense face revealed a trace of unnaturalness, but he didn't refute. He walked in front of Xiao Hua while Xiao Hua followed behind him. "We're home? Talking about etiquette?" Kai Haisong really couldn't make sense of it, but he suddenly remembered what Fairy Hongxia wanted to say to him before Kai Yang arrived. He turned to look at Fairy Hongxia. "Let's talk inside." When Fairy Hongxia saw the rare joy in the Kai family, or rather, the jubilant atmosphere, she felt a little miserable in her heart. It was as if there was one less person to stick a dogwood in all the places. Kai Haisong nodded and invited Fairy Hongxia to lead the way. Then, he led his clan brothers and followed behind. The Kai family's guest hall had been completely renovated and was much larger than before. Xiao Hua and the others sat in the guest seats, accompanied by Kai Haisong and several other Kai Family Foundation establishment cultivators. There were also a dozen 11th layer Qi refinement disciples standing below them. It didn't seem crowded at all. It was obvious how fast the Kai family had developed over the past few decades. A few pretty Qi refinement cultivators deftly served spiritual tea and spiritual fruits. Every disciple stole glances at Xiao Hua, then winked at Fairy Hongxia and left with a smile. Even the Qi refinement cultivators standing in wait stared at Xiao Hua without blinking. Not every Kai family disciple had seen a nascent soul cultivator before. Xiao Hua was the first nascent soul cultivator they had seen in their lives. What's more, this nascent soul cultivator was their future relative. Fellow Daoist Li, please have some tea. Xiao Hua, please have some tea. Since Xiao Hua allowed Li Zongbao to enter the Kai family first, Kai Haisong put Li Zongbao's name first even though he didn't understand why. Please, Li Zongbao knew this was a necessary etiquette. Although he was a little anxious, he had to wait. With Xiao Hua, this so-called brother-in-law, he couldn't lose face in the eyes of the Kai family. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Kai Haisong knew Fairy Hong Xia and the others didn't just return to Luoyang to visit, so he didn't say anything else. He didn't even mention the battle between Dao and Sword. He said, Hong Xia, what did you say just now? Ing Jun, let the Qi refinement cultivators leave. We have something important to discuss, Fairy Hong Xia commanded without any trace of politeness. Also, prepare a family banquet. Make it clear that no one is allowed to come within 100 feet of the guest hall. Yes, little brother understands. Kai Ying-jun didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly got up and ordered the disciples to leave. Although the Qi refinement cultivators were a little reluctant, when they thought about how their master had something important to do and how they could get closer to a nascent soul cultivator during the family banquet later, they happily left. After the Qi refinement cultivators left, Kai Ying-jun and Kai Hongxing whispered again, Elder sister, do we need to leave? You're the candidates for the next patriarch of our Kai family. This is our family's housework, so you don't need to leave. Fairy Hong Xia looked at Kai Haisong and gave her instructions very naturally. In fact, she had already done this long before she left Luoyang and joined Huanhua sect. Today, she returned to the Kai family with a cultivation base in the late stage of the foundation building realm, so no one felt that it was inappropriate. Yes, Kai Ying-jun and Kai Hongxing sat down obediently. They lowered their heads and looked down, leaving only their ears exposed. Father, it's like this. Fairy Hong Xia glanced at the curious gazes of Kai Haisong and the others. She took a deep breath and told them about the matter between Kai Zhuxia and Li Zongbao. She also told them about the result of using the Netherlink mirror during their trip to Mount Wan. Finally, she said to the stunned crowd, who couldn't believe their ears, so, I brought senior brother Li and Xiao Hua back in a hurry, wanting to see elder sister's grave. How is this possible? After a long while, Kai Haisong rubbed his eyes and said with a hint of sadness, back then, Zhuxia's corpse was sent by Xiao Hua, and we also examined it. Big brother, Kai Shansong said anxiously, Hongxia and Zongbao have already gone to Mount Wan. Even the soul cultivators there said that Zhuxia isn't dead, so she's definitely not dead. What are we waiting for? Let's go and take a look. At this time, Kai Haisong was startled, and he jumped up from the jade chair with a bang. Today had given him a lot of stimulation. Not to mention that Xiao Hua was Fairy Hong Xia's lover, not to mention that Xiao Hua had actually become a gold core cultivator, and not to mention that Li Zongbao had actually also become his son-in-law. Just the fact that Kai Zhuxia was still alive was something that he had never dreamed of. He was really numb. He said, that's right, Hongxia. We'll go to the grave now. The second one to jump up was naturally Li Zongbao. He had been waiting for a long time and had been enduring, challenging his limits. Now that he heard Kai Haisong's order, he could no longer hold back. Kai Fengsong and the others looked at Li Zongbao curiously. They really wanted to know how this young and handsome man, who was famous throughout the cultivation world, knew Kai Zhuxia, and how he had been thinking about the dead Kai Zhuxia for so many years. This was absolutely unimaginable in the cultivation world. However, when they saw Li Zongbao get up, they hurriedly followed him. Even if he was the son-in-law of the Kai clan, he was still a late-stage foundation establishment senior. The Kai family's burial mound was on the other side of Yang Cauldron Mountain. It was a place that was surrounded by mountains and rivers. Rows of willow trees grew luxuriantly, and thousands of willow branches swayed in the wind as they streaked across the sky. A tranquil and serene aura filled the entire valley. When they were less than a mile away from the green tiles and white walls, Kai Haisong descended from the sky and said apologetically, Zongbao, Xiao Hua, my Kai clan has a rule. Everyone who is going to the grave can't fly directly to the entrance. They can only walk for this last mile. Very good. Li Zongbao nodded and didn't say anything else. He just lowered his head and hurried on. Xiao Hua echoed, in addition, we can't even use divine sense. Hee, Xiao Hua is right. However, my Kai clan didn't have many foundation establishment disciples before. We didn't even have a 12th layer qi refinement cultivator. How could we have thought of using divine sense? Kai Haisong replied awkwardly. Oh. Indeed. Xiao Hua scratched his head. He was very embarrassed that his words had embarrassed the Kai clan head. When they were about 100 feet away from the grave's white walls and black doors, 2 Kai clan disciples around the 3rd layer of qi refinement hurriedly walked out from a side door. Both of them looked to be in their 30s. One of them was a male cultivator who looked rather spirited. The other was a female cultivator. Her appearance was still charming and her figure could be considered enchanting. However, her waist was already a little too fat. The 2 of them should be the disciples guarding the grave. They had just received the news and came to serve them. However, the 2 of them stood respectfully. When Kai Haisong and the others approached, the male cultivator respectfully saluted while the female cultivator stood there in a daze. She stared straight at the approaching Xiao Hua and even forgot to salute. The male cultivator was greatly alarmed. He hastily pulled the female cultivator's clothes and indicated for her to salute. Only then did the female cultivator grit her teeth and lower her head. Xiao Hua naturally sensed that he was being stared at. However, he frowned and looked at the female cultivator. Her appearance was unfamiliar. He didn't seem to recognize her. Chapter 2992. Xiao Hua thought about how he had visited the Kai family before. Perhaps he had seen them before, so he didn't mind. However, when the 2 greeted Kai Haisong, he suddenly realized. Because the female cultivator called herself Kai Mei, if he wasn't mistaken, she was the little girl who had brought him to the Kai family at that time, Mei. Kai Haisong didn't care about this. After the 2 greeted each other, he ordered the door to the spirit tomb to open. Xiao Hua asked, are you that Mei? Big brother immortal. Kai Mei was pleasantly surprised. She bowed again. I didn't expect that big brother would still remember Mei. Alas. Xiao Hua sighed. He looked at the somewhat plump woman in front of him. If she hadn't cultivated to the 3rd layer of qi refining, and if she hadn't been born into a cultivation family, she would have already become one of the most plump people in the secular world. That childish, crisp voice, that little girl who had walked out from behind the stone sculpture in the distance, that thin and weak figure, and that pair of big, black eyes, they had all been eaten by dogs. Although those big eyes still had some shadows of the past when he looked at them carefully, it was just that, those originally clear and pure eyes had now been polluted by the secular world. They were full of flattery and expectation, making Xiao Hua feel inexplicably disappointed. Your grandfather. Although Xiao Hua knew the ending, he still couldn't help but want to ask the unworldly expert who wasn't an unworldly expert. Thank you, big brother immortal, for still remembering grandfather. Kai Mei's face was mournful. Although grandfather took big brother's elixir, his body was already empty. He passed away 20 years ago. And everyone has to die in this life. Your grandfather was able to do so much for Lu Yang, so he can already rest in peace. Xiao Hua nodded. Then, he saw that the male cultivator had already opened the black door and was about to leave. However, he still asked casually, Mei, are you doing well in the Kai family? Very well. Kai Mei was a bit hesitant. She timidly glanced at Kai Haisong and said, but if Big Brother Immortal and the family head are old friends, can you let me change jobs with my husband? Oh. Xiao Hua was stunned, but he immediately smiled and said, I will ask Senior Kai at this time. Thank you, Big Brother Immortal. This concubine will lead the way for Gidge. Kai Mei smiled and hurriedly accompanied Xiao Hua into the tomb. But Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "No need. Mayor, you and your husband wait outside the tomb." Yes, this concubine understands. Kai Mei was very clever. She lowered her head and stayed where she was. Seeing Xiao Hua talking to Kai Mei, how could Kai Haisong ignore it? He had already asked Kai Haisong and the others who were in charge of the manor's affairs. After entering the tomb, Kai Haisong hurriedly told him about Kai Mei. After hearing Kai Haisong's detailed explanation, Xiao Hua couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. There is immortal fate in this world, but not everyone who obtains immortal fate. Many can become immortals. Humans were humans, and immortals were immortals. Why must they allow those who could not become immortals to become immortals? This is the Kai family's business. I have no right to interfere. It was no wonder that Xiao Hua sighed. That day, Xiao Hua gave Mayor a few spiritual pills and entrusted her to the Kai family. The Kai family was also honest and didn't covet those spiritual pills. Moreover, they even took Mayor into the Kai family and changed her name to Kai Mei. However, although Kai Mei was handsome, her cultivation aptitude was really limited. After dozens of years, she only cultivated to the third layer of qi refining. This wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that Kai Mei's character wasn't good. She was especially vain, or perhaps she didn't come from a good family. When she entered the Kai family, she felt an indescribable inferiority from the bottom of her heart. But what could a female cultivator do in front of these natural shortcomings? Her blind grandfather couldn't help her at all. After Kai Mei became an adult, she used her beauty to exchange for a position in the Kai family. The reason why Kai Mei and her husband were sent to guard the tomb was because they were jealous of each other's affection. Originally, they were going to be expelled from the Kai family, but this Kai Mei was also obedient. She hurriedly admitted her crime and chose to marry her current husband. This was the last chance to stay in the Kai family. This was what Xiao Hua sighed about. Not every beautiful and cute little girl would grow up to be a pretty beauty. There was also a possibility that she would grow up to be a fat ant. And the possibility was very high. However, when everyone filed in and passed through the black door, they saw many neatly repaired small tombs. In front of each tomb, there were a few faint, extremely elegant Xiaohua flowers. Moreover, in front of each tomb, there was a willow branch as thick as a little finger placed on top of the tombs. Looking at the creases under the branches, it was obvious that they were recently broken. Good, Zongbao and Xiao Hua understand. Kai Haisong had just stepped into the tomb when he glanced at the tombs and explained, "Our Kai family of Luyang is only a cultivation family. We are inferior to ordinary cultivation families. Even though there is a public memorial hall for the ancestors, not all of the deceased can be preserved. Therefore, almost all of the deceased are buried in the ground, just like the people of the secular world. Perhaps there is a hint of poverty." Xiao Hua knew that Li Zongbao wouldn't answer, so he continued, "Earth to earth, dust to dust. Ordinary people talk about being buried in peace. This is the principle. The Kai family's actions are also normal. It can't be considered as poverty." After Kai Haisong finished his explanation, he looked at the tombs again. As far as his eyes could see, all of the tombs were as clean as before. He knew clearly that the communication talisman had just been sent out. It was impossible for Kai Mei and her husband to have made such preparations in advance. This could only mean that Kai Mei and her husband were usually very meticulous. Kai Haisong sighed, "A pitiful person must have a detestable side. However, if a prodigal son returns to his old ways, I won't exchange him for a top-grade spirit stone." Senior's words are extremely true. Xiao Hua nodded, "The heavenly Tao is merciful. It will always leave a glimmer of hope in a desperate situation. As long as you have the heart, you will always be able to find a way to survive." Yes. Kai Haisong was startled. Xiao Hua's words were very grand. Moreover, he didn't dare to underestimate him. After all, this was the understanding of a golden core cultivator. However, if he was asked to think deeper, he couldn't. Just as Kai Haisong was frowning in thought, everyone had already arrived at a slightly remote corner under Kai Husong's lead. A small drum that was no different from the one they had seen before appeared before everyone's eyes. Alas, no matter how much power and wealth one had when they were alive, when it comes to birth, old age, sickness, and death, everything is just fleeting clouds. Life can't be brought, death can't be taken away. If you can't build a tomb in the hearts of others, then you can only build a tomb in the wilderness. In this vast world, I'm afraid that there is only a few feet of space that belongs to me. When Xiaohua saw this small tomb, he immediately thought of Kai Zhuoxia's voice and smile from before, as well as the various experiences of the two people. He couldn't help but ponder in his heart. Looking at Li Zongbao, he was also biting his lips. His body couldn't help but surge with mana. His Taoist robe fluttered in the wind, and even his clenched hands were trembling. After thinking about it for decades, now that the mystery was about to be revealed, even someone as strong as Li Zongbao couldn't help but feel agitated in his heart. It's better to let Kai Quan do it. Kai Haisong looked at the clean tomb. The tombstone in front of the tomb was still engraved with the words, "The tomb of beloved daughter Zhuoxia." He couldn't help but feel a little sad. He knew that although he and the others were Foundation establishment cultivators, if they wanted to take out Kai Zhuoxia's bluestone coffin intact, they had to let Kai Quan and the others, who were guarding the tomb, do it. No need, Junior will try. Xiaohua waved his hand, stopping Kai Hesong's transmission. Then, without waiting for Fairy Hong Xia and the others to ask more, he made a gesture and his whole body flashed with a yellow brilliance and disappeared into the ground. 5 Elements Escape Technique. When Xiaohua escaped from Kai Hongfeng's hands, he used the Earth Escape Talisman in front of Kai Haisong. How could Kai Haisong not be familiar with it? However, the Earth Escape Technique, which was a consummate skill for escaping before, was now nothing in the hands of Xiaohua. Just a thought flashed through Kai Haisong's mind, and he felt the ground under his feet suddenly shake. Then, he saw the small tomb quickly split open, like a flower blooming. All the soil was cut off from the tomb, and a bluestone coffin covered with dark green soil slowly rose from the ground. When Xiaohua's figure appeared from under the bluestone coffin, Kai Haisong couldn't help but groan, "This guy's strength is too great." The bluestone coffin was not too heavy, but it couldn't be buried deep. Even if Kai Haisong used his mana, he wouldn't be able to take out the coffin so easily. Xiaohua flew to the side of the deep pit and carefully placed the bluestone coffin on the ground. However, on this bluestone coffin, the yellow talisman stuck to it had long decayed, leaving only a trace of yellow paper stuck to the black soil. When divine thought swept over it, there was no fluctuation of mana. Seeing this, Xiaohua knew in his heart that if the coffin was Kai Zhuoxia's corpse, it must be white bones now. Immediately, Xiaohua looked at it again, stretched out his hand, grabbed the fist-sized nail on the coffin, and pulled it out easily. More than a foot long, 8 fist-sized nails were easily pulled out by him. Just when he reached out to open the coffin, Li Zongbao's voice came, "Junior brother Xiao, let me do it personally." "Okay." Xiaohua replied and immediately retracted his hand, standing at the side and looking at Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and seemed to be calming himself down. Then, he took 2 steps forward, bent down, and touched the bluestone coffin with both hands. The mana in his body surged slightly, and 2 muffled sounds were heard. It was the sound of the coffin hitting each other, and the bluestone coffin was opened a crack. Oh! The mountain peak blew past, and from the crack of the coffin, there was no stench. Xiaohua's eyes lit up, and like everyone else, he was ecstatic. What is going on? However, when Li Zongbao opened the coffin lid and saw everything inside, he couldn't help but be surprised. Ah! Hearing Li Zongbao's shock, Fairy Hong Xia and the others also took a step forward and took a look. They couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Chapter 2993. Although it was not a skeleton lying in the coffin, it was definitely not Kai Zhuoxia's remains. Instead, it was a male cultivator whose face could not be seen clearly. However, This male cultivator had an extremely long beard and looked like an old man. Ouch! Xiaohua saw it clearly and immediately exclaimed, because he saw that this male cultivator was wearing a slightly rotten robe from the Imperial Thunder sect. Senior brotherly, please have mercy, this is Qian Qinghua. Qian Qinghua is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Qian Qinghua. Li Zongbao's spiritual power surged. When he heard Fairy Hong Xia and the others' surprise, he knew that this person was not a disciple of the Kai family. He was already angry and wanted to destroy this person. However, after hearing Xiaohua's words, he noticed that Qian Qinghua was wearing the Imperial Thunder sect's robe. Then Li Zongbao snorted and shook his hand. When his spiritual power reached out, the blue stone lid immediately turned into powder and fell on Qian Qinghua's body layer by layer. Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly took out the token that Qian Qinghua gave him and shook his hand. Sure enough, the token hovered in the air a few times and suddenly fell into the coffin. Alas! Xiaohua confirmed Qian Qinghua's identity and smiled bitterly. The Imperial Thunder sect had spent a lot of effort and time to find Qian Qinghua, but no one expected that Qian Qinghua would run into Kai Zhuoxia's coffin. Thinking of this, Xiaohua was shocked again. He hurriedly stretched out his hand and immediately pulled Qian Qinghua out of the coffin. Fortunately, there was only Qian Qinghua and no trace of Kai Zhuoxia. At this moment, Xiaohua was relieved and thought to himself, fortunately, if this guy stayed in the coffin with Kai Zhuoxia for dozens of years. Even if senior brotherly did not say anything, the Kai family would not let this guy go. This guy has some karma with me, which makes things difficult for me. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua said, Senior Kai, this guy is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. I will take him away. Seeing that Xiaohua recognized Qian Qinghua, Kai Haisong suddenly remembered that when Xiaohua just left the Kai family, Shanghua sect's disciples came to visit him. How could he not know the danger? He hurriedly nodded and said, Nephew, everything is up to you. I don't know anything. Xiaohua shook his hand and put the Qian green flame back into the soul nest. Then, he looked at the ground that he had just dug up and complained in his heart. If Qian Qinghua was in Kai Zhuoxia's coffin, then where did Kai Zhuoxia go? Qian Qinghua would never move Kai Zhuoxia into another coffin. Then, Kai Zhuoxia must be near the green stone coffin. He only cared about taking out the coffin and didn't pay attention to the bones nearby. Even if Kai Zhuoxia's corpse was intact, his reckless action just now might have caused some damage to Kai Zhuoxia's corpse. Junior will go down and take a look. Xiaohua sighed. He looked at Fairy Hong Xia, whose face was also not good, and said to Kai Haisong. Kai Haisong reflexively nodded his head. Xiaohua, this son-in-law, was really too capable. All he could do was nod his head. When Xiaohua entered the ground, everyone's gaze was fixed on the ground, quietly waiting for the result. In less than half a cup of tea's time, Xiaohua's figure escaped from the wall of the pit. However, when everyone saw Xiaohua's empty hands, their hearts turned cold. Li Zongbao's heart was even more empty. It was as if his heart had been hollowed out and there was no trace of it. Junior found it. Xiaohua's figure flew out and hurriedly shouted. Then, he waved his hand and took out a crystal coffin and placed it in front of Li Zongbao. Then, under Li Zongbao's eyes, he carefully took out a corpse covered in mud from the soul nest. Although the corpse was covered in mud, the face had been simply wiped away, revealing a face that was similar to Fairy Hong Xia's. The thin eyebrows and long eyelashes were still there. It looked like she was still in a deep sleep when she was just placed in the coffin. Sister, Fairy Hong Xia couldn't help but call out. Xiaohua awkwardly reached out his hand and took out a stick of mud. This is Zhuoxia's right arm. Junior. Ah. Before Kai Haisong could say anything, Li Zongbao, who had been staring at Kai Zhuoxia's face, saw Kai Zhuoxia's severed arm and couldn't help but stretch his neck and howl. Not only was his howl filled with sorrow, it was also filled with surprise and even deep anticipation. Xiaohua and Fairy Hong Xia didn't feel anything, but Kai Haisong and the rest were pale. They hurriedly covered their ears and crouched down, as if they couldn't resist the power of Li Zongbao's howl. Xiao Hua frowned slightly. Just as he was about to activate his magic power to protect everyone, Li Zongbao's body suddenly flashed with brilliance. His magic power rippled out like overflowing boiling water. At the same time, a strong pressure was generated from Li Zongbao's head and rushed straight to the sky. The wind and clouds in the sky changed rapidly and countless black clouds surged. Looking at the surroundings, a huge amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy rushed over crazily. Bits of crystals appeared nearby. Li Zongbao has condensed his core. Xiao Hua came to a realization. He knew that the reason why Li Zongbao couldn't condense his core was because of Kai Zhuxia. Today, when he saw Kai Zhuxia's corpse, although he didn't know if she was alive or dead, he was overjoyed after seeing her corpse. The damage to her corpse made him feel sad. In between joy and sadness, he suddenly realized something and achieved the opportunity to condense his golden core. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Li Zongbao's neck amidst the heavenly pressure of condensing his core. Then, without caring about the taboo of the Kai family's burial mound, lightning flashed around him and he rushed up Yang Cauldron Mountain like a thunderbolt. Although Li Zongbao went, the pressure from Yang Cauldron Mountain enveloped Luyang's Kai family and a small part of Luyang for more than 20 days. Although it was only a few weeks, the entire Luyang town was in complete chaos. Not to mention the specks of crystals that were strangely suspended in mid-air and were more crystalline than common snowflakes, and not to mention the hurricane formed by the heaven and earth spiritual energy that blew everything away. Just the pressure of Li Zongbao's golden core was enough to throw the entire secular world into chaos. In a corner of Luyang near Yang Cauldron Mountain, within a range of about 3 to 5 miles, all animals, humans, and beasts were paralyzed on the ground. None of them could move. Within this range, everyone's hearts were more or less under an incomparable pressure. The feeling of being unable to control life and death filled their minds. Although it was only 2 days later, Xiao Hua, who had come to his senses, hurriedly flew down from Yang Cauldron Mountain and quickly moved the secular people away from Li Zongbao's pressure. However, the impact was huge. Not to mention people who understood the true meaning of life in the midst of life and death, couples who had broken up with each other were reunited. Not to mention unfilial children who woke up to filial piety under the heavy burden and turned over a new leaf. Not to mention the rascals in Luyang who thought that the gods had descended and turned over a new leaf. Many young children were born with the Tao. It was also a huge change in their lives. Fortunately, the range of Li Zongbao's divine sense was only 20 to 30 miles and he was condensing his core on Yang Cauldron Mountain. His divine sense only covered a small corner of Luyang. If Xiao Hua had condensed his core, the entire Luyang town would have been covered. The secular people would have nowhere to run even if they wanted to. After Xiao Hua moved the secular people who were affected by the divine sense to a safe place, he sighed. Damn it, no wonder cultivators have to advance in places where there are few people. It's not only because the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is abundant there, but also because it doesn't affect others. Then, Xiao Hua hurried back to the Kai family. Although the secular people were affected by Li Zongbao's pressure, they did not need to cultivate after all. Their Tao hearts and Tao foundations would not be affected. However, most of the disciples of the Kai family were cultivators. It was inevitable that their cultivation would be damaged after being under the pressure of a golden core cultivator for a long time. Sure enough, when Xiao Hua entered the Kai family, other than Fairy Hong Xia, who was in a slightly better condition, Kai Haisong and the other foundation establishment cultivators were scattered in the spirit tomb. It was as if they had not moved at all after Xiao Hua left with Li Zongbao. Xiao Hua asked Fairy Hong Xia briefly and immediately flew to the largest meeting hall in the Kai family. Not only did he activate the array formation of the meeting hall, he also set down the jade talismans of the capital star array. Kai Haisong and the rest, as well as the disciples of the Kai family who were paralyzed, were sent into the meeting hall. After doing all this, Xiao Hua saw that there was nothing left behind. Then, he returned to the Yang Cauldron Mountain to guard Li Zongbao's core condensation. On the 30th day, the oppressive pressure that made it hard for people to breathe slowly weakened. The crystal bead that had been floating dozens of miles away was thrown into the thick whirlpool under the black clouds above the Yang Cauldron Mountain. Seeing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth condense into a whirlpool above Li Zongbao's head, Xiaohua secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that Li Zongbao had no problems condensing his core condensation. However, he immediately had the urge to jump up and curse. Damn it, why is it so difficult for me to condense my core condensation? Not only do I need dozens of times more spiritual energy of heaven and earth than Li Zongbao. There's also a lightning tribulation. There are actually 3 lightning tribulations. How can I live like this? After cursing, Xiaohua released his Buddhist perception to see that Kai Jia and Lu Yang were gradually recovering. He immediately closed his eyes to meditate. After all, everyone's core condensation was different. The celestial phenomena were also different. The heavenly Tao revealed was also different. Xiaohua was fated to see Li Zongbao condense his core condensation, so he could see the wonders of the parting love treasure mirror and the ruthlessness of the heavenly Tao. After dozens of days, the dark clouds that had been pressing down on the Yang Cauldron Mountain slowly dissipated. A ray of sunlight that was like a sharp sword shot out from the clouds and shone on Li Zongbao's body. His snow-white hair refracted bits of golden light, and an indescribable power was emitted from his body. Li Zongbao slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were completely pale, and there was no trace of black in them. A kind of coldness, mercilessness, and austere aura emerged from his pale eyes, causing one's heart to turn cold. In just a few breaths, a little blackness was born in this paleness. It was like the rare moonlight in the night sky, and it immediately dispelled the desolation. Gradually, the emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and joy slowly appeared along with the appearance of the black pupils. Chapter 2994. Senior Brotherly. Xiaohua saw Li Zongbao the moment he opened his eyes. He could clearly see the ruthlessness in Li Zongbao's eyes. At this moment, he slowly got up and walked over. Xiaohua, Li Zongbao glanced at Xiaohua. His eyes were as sharp as lightning. The first thing he said was, "Is Zhuxia dead or alive? I'll let Senior Brotherly know." Xiaohua smiled bitterly. "Once you release your aura of condensing your core, other than me, who else can move? I'm here to protect you. I really don't know if Kai Zhuxia is dead or alive." Li Zongbao snorted and released his spiritual sense. Without calling Xiaohua, he flew down from the Yang Cauldron Mountain. Xiaohua smacked his lips and looked at the unfamiliar back of Li Zongbao. He shook his head and flew down as well. At this moment, the Kai family had already returned to its original order. However, every disciple who saw Li Zongbao had a face full of respect and fear. They all stood far away and avoided him. In the meeting hall, beside a crystal coffin stood Fairy Hongxia and the rest. "Is Zhuxia dead or alive?" Li Zongbao entered the meeting hall and asked. "Senior Brotherly." Fairy Hongxia and the rest turned around and bowed. "Congratulations on condensing your core, senior brother." Unexpectedly, Li Zongbao did not answer. He walked towards the crystal coffin expressionlessly. Walking to the front of the transparent crystal coffin, Li Zongbao saw Kai Zhuxia's beautiful sleeping face, as well as her long eyelashes and long hair that almost covered her entire body. Only then did a trace of a smile appear on Li Zongbao's face. Moreover, his eyes were filled with warmth as he muttered to himself, "Zhuxia, you are actually so beautiful. But you're still modest in front of me. Sigh, I don't want cold beauty. I only want living ugliness." However, Li Zongbao pushed his hand and was about to lift the lid of the crystal coffin. But at this moment, Xiaohua's slender hand reached out and pressed on the coffin. He said calmly, "Senior Brotherly, wait a moment. Let Hongxia explain." Li Zongbao did not stop. However, he did not lift the lid. Only then did he stop. He turned around and looked at Fairy Hongxia. "Senior Brotherly." Faced with Li Zongbao's cold gaze, Fairy Hongxia's heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly said, "I've already checked. elder sister hasn't been revived. Not only is there no heartbeat or breathing, even his body is cold. That is. A cold light flashed in Li Zongbao's eyes. The people around him trembled. No. Kai Haisong hurriedly said, fellow Taoist Li. Although Zhuo Xia did not come back to life, but she is not dead either. Why? Li Zongbao stared straight at Kai Haisong, his gaze as sharp as a sword. Kai Haisong suppressed his shock and said, Zhuo Xia's skin color is normal, and her hair is still growing. If she's already dead, not to mention other things, her hair must have withered and her body must have perished. Then is she dead or alive? Li Zongbao asked coldly. No one dared to answer. As far as this Xiao knows. Xiao Hua indifferently said, Kai Zhuoxia is neither alive nor dead. He seems to be in a very strange state. So, congratulations, senior brother Li. At least Kai Zhuoxia is not dead. Her body is still here, and her body is also intact. Even her soul is not in the netherworld. Her resurrection should be easier than Ziyi. Of course, Kai Zhuoxia's right arm is this Xiao's fault. This Xiao will return her an intact arm after she comes back to life. Li Zongbao glanced at Xiao Hua indifferently, then turned to look at the crystal coffin and asked in a low voice, what is going on with this crystal coffin? Senior brother Li, this crystal coffin originally belonged to Jin Quan Shan Tu Hong. Xiao Hua replied in a low voice. Li Zongbao's eyebrows twitched, as if he thought of something. Also, Senior Kai, bring everyone out for a moment. See, when Xiao Hua's soul thread rushed into Kai Zhuoxia's soul, he saw the situation of the mysterious dark cloud and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He saw that Kai Zhuoxia's mysterious dark cloud was already in pieces, as if she had died long ago. But the strange thing was that the mysterious dark cloud was now wrapped in a faint layer of water. This water was sparkling and translucent, flashing with a faint unknown brilliance. It flowed very slowly outside the mysterious dark cloud. The scattered and mysterious dark cloud seemed to be condensed by this water bloom. This water, is it the effect of that willow branch? Xiao Hua was somewhat baffled. That strand of soul thread gradually approached the water. Boom, a loud sound rang out. That soul thread had just touched the water when it exploded in Xiao Hua's soul, and a kind of boundless and desolate feeling emerged from Xiao Hua's soul. A seemingly boundless netherworld sea appeared in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. There were countless corpses in the sea, and waves of blood soared to the sky. From time to time, there were strange, huge, and ugly netherworld beasts rushing out of the sea, swallowing hundreds and thousands of corpses in one gulp. Boundless, without end, without a boat, without a bridge, I cannot cross it. A kind of indescribable pain emerged from Xiao Hua's heart, and a kind of feeling of absolute powerlessness filled Xiao Hua's body at the same time. Whoa, suddenly, there seemed to be a kind of Sanskrit sound, and also seemed to be a kind of golden rune, and there was a slight feeling of armor inscriptions. A three-colored brilliance pierced through the sea of bitterness, rushing to the other side of the sea of bitterness. However, that three-colored bridge had just appeared when a wave of blood struck. Xiao Hua's soul thread was shattered, and all of his feelings disappeared in an instant. Hiss! Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. His back was covered in a layer of cold sweat, and he didn't dare to extend that second strand of soul thread. Taking out the willow branch, Xiao Hua's divine sense, Buddhist sense, and even soul sense probed, but they were all empty. Even where the soul thread fell, it still couldn't wrap around. When Xiao Hua opened his Dharma eyes, in those already somewhat transformed Dharma eyes, there was a three-colored rainbow bridge in Xiao Hua's hand. Sure enough, it's this thing that's causing trouble. Xiao Hua understood. Unfortunately, he still waved it several times on Kai Zhuoxia's corpse, but the willow branch didn't move at all. Of course, Kai Zhuoxia's corpse also didn't change. Xiao Hua scratched his ears and cheeks. He clearly knew that this thing would work, but he just didn't know how to use it. Forget it, I'm afraid the opportunity hasn't come yet. Xiao Hua was dejected. He was only a golden core cultivator, and his soul cultivation had just reached Ming Ruotian. He was still too far away from being able to see through life and death. Thinking about this, Xiaohua was about to put the willow branch into his space, but at this moment, he hesitated. He thought of the previous water bloom, thought of the Sanskrit sound and the netherworld sea within the water bloom, and flipped his hand, sending the willow branch into the Buddha Sarira. It really did fall into the clear water bottle. Swish, a faint Buddhist light emerged from the Buddha Sarira, and the entire clear water bottle slightly swelled. The willow branch in the clear water bottle suddenly gained a layer of holiness. This willow branch is a Buddhist artifact? Xiaohua suddenly realized. Xiaohua opened the capital star formation, and Li Zongbao was guarding the entrance. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't look happy, he didn't ask anything and quickly rushed to the crystal coffin. How is it? Fairy Hong Xia was the second to come over, and asked in a low voice. Sigh, Zhuxia really didn't die. But it's still very difficult to resurrect her. With my current cultivation, I can't do anything. Xiaohua sighed, and with a grab, he was about to take out the capital star formation's jade talisman. Humph! Fairy Hong Xia snorted coldly, turned around, and walked over. Xiaohua was stunned, but soon understood. After thinking for a while, he took out a blank jade talisman and recorded the method to use the capital star formation. He quickly chased after her, and with a smile as if he was presenting a treasure, he said, Hong Xia. Why are you giving it to me? I don't want it. Fairy Hong Xia glared at him unhappily. Hee, Xiaohua laughed, I've already given you what I gave you. This is what you gave me. Who are the two of us? Fairy Hong Xia was originally worried about Kai Zhuoxia's life, but when she saw Xiaohua's expression, she knew that she would be fine. Only then did she glance at him and take the jade talisman. Kai Haisong naturally followed beside the two of them, but Kai Haisong's eyes were only looking ahead. It wasn't clear if he didn't see them, or if he was only concerned about Kai Zhuoxia. Xiaohua, what should we do now? Everyone walked in front of the crystal coffin and took a look. Kai Haisong turned around and asked Xiaohua. There's nothing else, we can only wait. Xiaohua pointed at Kai Zhuoxia and said, at this moment, she's neither dead nor alive, and her lifespan is very long. I'm afraid that you and I can't compare to her. Once the opportunity comes, she can be resurrected. The Kai family only needs to protect her body. Chapter 2995. How can I let the Kai family keep Zhuoxia's body? Without waiting for Kai Haisong to speak, Li Zongbao reached out his hand and lifted the crystal coffin. Unfortunately, just as his hand touched the coffin, Xiaohua also reached out his hand. The crystal coffin seemed to be cast from copper and iron and could no longer be lifted from the stone table. Senior brother Li, Xiaohua said indifferently, this matter still needs to be discussed with the head of the Kai family. Li Zongbao coldly glanced at Xiaohua's finger on the crystal coffin and actually raised his head to look at Xiaohua's face. His eyes were no longer like before, only cold and black. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. Just like before, he faced the increasingly cold gaze. He knew that Li Zongbao's mind was already damaged. Now that he saw the half-dead Kai Zhuoxia, not only did the parting treasured mirror suffer a backlash, even the weapon spirit of the immortal slaughtering whip suffered a backlash. Especially now that Li Zongbao had just stepped into the core formation realm, his realm was not stable yet. The feeling of power in his palm had yet to fade from Li Zongbao's heart. He really might not be afraid to fight with him. Zongbao, Kai Haisong's mind raced. He turned to look at Fairy Hong Xia, Kai Haisong and the rest. They exchanged glances and secretly nodded. He hurriedly shouted, although Zhuoxia is my beloved daughter, she suffered grievances in my Kai family. Even after death, her corpse was humiliated by others. My Kai family feels that we are not worthy of keeping Zhuoxia's corpse. If Zongbao is willing, you can take it away. However, I ask Zongbao to be considerate. If, by any chance, please send Zhuoxia back to my Luyang Kai family. Here, at the very least, she still has her ancestors and us to accompany her. Li Zongbao responded indifferently, not even nodding his head. Hearing Kai Haisong's words, Xiaohua gently removed his 2 fingers from the crystal coffin. Li Zongbao reached out and took out a storage pouch, wanting to put it in. Unfortunately, although Kai Zhuoxia was half dead, her soul was strangely well. How could he put it in the storage pouch? Xiaohua sighed and took out a spirit storage pouch and handed it over. Li Zongbao did not raise his head. He kept the crystal coffin and thought for a moment. He stretched out his hand and said to Xiaohua, "Give me the jade scroll that Jing Apple Village elder Ji Lan gave you." Xiaohua was stunned and asked curiously, "When did Ji Lan give me a jade scroll?" "It was used in the records of soul cultivators." Li Zongbao replied indifferently. "I've heard him say that it recorded the location where a Dao sect senior had fallen." "Oh, that's a soul cultivator's bone." Xiaohua suddenly understood that Elder Ji Lan had mentioned an extremely dangerous place. "What do you want that for?" "You don't cultivate your soul, so how can you understand?" "I don't understand, but you do." Li Zongbao said resolutely, "Even if I have to break through millions of Meng mountains, travel through the 3 kingdoms of immortal cultivators, chase up to the 9th heaven, and descend to the 9th hell, I will find a way to resurrect Zhuoxia. That dangerous place is indeed located in the depths of millions of Meng mountains. I'm determined to explore it." Xiaohua instantly felt that Li Zongbao's figure was incomparably tall. He understood that with the foundation of the Utopia faction, Li Zongbao could cultivate to the nascent soul stage or even the separating spirit stage without any suspense. However, Li Zongbao also understood that relying on the inheritance of the Utopia faction alone was not enough to resurrect a dead person. He could only learn from others' strong points and search for thousands of families. That was why he decided to go to millions of Meng mountains. "Senior brotherly, the millions of Meng mountains that we went to was only a corner of the real Meng mountains. Moreover, we were protected by Ziming and Xiao Mao, so we returned safely." What Elder Ji Lan said. "I'm afraid that the so-called depths of Wu Meng mountains are rarely entered by ordinary Dao sect cultivators. If you rashly go in, give it to me." Li Zongbao did not listen to his advice at all and said coldly. Xiaohua was not satisfied and insisted, "As for Kai Zhuoxia, I naturally don't have a way to resurrect her now, but I'm completely confident that I can resurrect her in the future. You don't need to find a way to resurrect her by yourselves." His Fairy Hong Xia was still fine, but when Kai Haisong and the others heard this, they turned pale with fright. Controlling life and death, that was a great magical power that even immortals did not dare to boast about. Xiaohua was only a golden core cultivator now, but he dared to say such a big thing. Who would not be shocked after hearing this? "Give it to me," Li Zongbao said again. Xiaohua looked at Li Zongbao and narrowed his eyes again, as if he was thinking about something. However, after a while, he reached out his hand and took out the grayish bone. He used his soul consciousness to explore it, and then recorded the things inside in a jade slip and handed it to Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao took it and used his soul consciousness to take a look. Then, he carefully put the jade slip away and activated his magic power, flying out of the meeting hall. "Senior brotherly, where are you going? The Utopia faction or the millions of Meng mountains?" Xiaohua hurriedly shouted and chased after him. Roar! A mournful howl suddenly sounded from the side of Yang Cauldron Mountain, and a heroic and sorrowful singing voice came from the sky. "My heart is in my chest, where is thy heart? Thy heart is not in heaven and earth, my heart is lonely, so what if it is in my chest? Thy heart is in the 9 heavens, my heart becomes an immortal, thy heart is in the 9 underworlds, my heart is in the devil. My heart wants to be one with thy heart, the ends of the world can't help, my heart wants to sleep with thy heart, gods and demons kill." As the voice faded away, Li Zongbao's lonely figure also gradually disappeared. Xiaohua could certainly catch up with Li Zongbao, but how could he catch up with Li Zongbao's infatuation? Although elder sister's life was short, she met such a lover. Even if elder sister is in the 9 underworlds, her heart will be at ease. She didn't live her life in vain. Fairy Hongxia and the others chased after him and also looked at the sky, murmuring, "How many female cultivators in this world have such good fortune?" "Hongxia, do you think Senior Brother Li will return to the Utopia faction or the millions of Meng Mountains?" Xiao Hua slightly bit his lips and whispered. "Is this important?" Fairy Hongxia asked. "With elder sister's company, Senior Brother Li will no longer be lonely in this world." Sigh, yes. Xiao Hua sighs in his heart and reaches out to grab Fairy Hongxia's hand. Unfortunately, he grabs nothing but air. Fairy Hongxia dodges Xiao Hua and says to Kai Haisong, "Father, you must keep elder sister's matter and Xiao Hua's matter a secret. These are all important matters. If a trace of it is leaked, the Kai family of Luyang will be in unprecedented danger." Then, Fairy Hongxia passed the jade slip with the capital star array to Kai Haisong and said, "Also, the array outside the Kai family is too clumsy. Only the array in the meeting hall is the real defensive array. If you encounter any danger, you can hide in it. This is the way to control it." "Great." Kai Haisong was overjoyed. He knew the power of the capital star array very well. It was a divine array that could resist the power of the core formation stage. "I don't dare to delay any longer. The war is about to end, I have to rush back to the Huanhua sect." Fairy Hongxia bowed, turned around and flew into the sky. "It can't be." Xiao Hua, who was standing at the side, was dumbfounded. He did not expect that Fairy Hongxia would actually leave just like Li Zongbao. After a slight hesitation, he hurriedly bowed towards Kai Haisong and the rest, before his figure shot up into the air. However, after flying for several dozen feet, Xiao Hua stopped again. With a flick of his wrist, he took out a storage pouch and tossed it to Kai Haisong. "Senior Xiao, these are some rice seeds. You can distribute them or sell them to all parts of the country of Xi. However, if there is a barren place, you still have to give them away. You can't accept spirit stones. In addition, the Kai family must compensate for the places in Luyang that were damaged by Senior Brother Li. The required silver and other items can be deducted from the rice seeds." This. Kai Haisong saw the storage bag fall and was really puzzled. He didn't know how to deal with it. A cultivator who cared about the secular world. This was the first time he met someone like that. Even though Fairy Hongxia ran fast, could she hide from Xiao Hua? Similarly, they were flying towards the teleportation array of Linyu Town. In less than half a cup of tea's time, Fairy Hongxia's graceful and seductive figure appeared in Xiao Hua's vision. Looking at this familiar figure, Xiao Hua's heart was burning with passion. Xiao Hua's harvest from the millions of Meng Mountains was bountiful, far beyond his imagination. However, along the way, with Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao accompanying him, the sweet journey in Xiao Hua's heart was completely over. Now that he finally had a chance to be alone with Fairy Hongxia, and they weren't in Luyang, how could Xiao Hua not be distracted? Therefore, Xiao Hua didn't fly too fast and just followed behind Fairy Hongxia. Seeing that the sky was dark and they were in the wilderness, Xiao Hua activated the transcendence energy in his body and pounced towards Fairy Hongxia like a flying wolf. When Xiao Hua hugged Fairy Hongxia, a kind of thirst arose from the bottom of Xiao Hua's heart. Xiao Hua lowered his voice and growled, "Stop, you're a bandit." After saying that, Xiao Hua carried Fairy Hongxia's body and flew towards the place he had set his sights on. If it was someone else, Fairy Hongxia would definitely struggle and even blame Xiao Hua. But this time, no matter how Xiao Hua's tongue licked the edge of Fairy Hongxia's earlobe, she didn't have any reaction. Sensing the abnormality of Fairy Hongxia, and feeling that although Fairy Hongxia's body was still warm in his embrace, it wasn't as hot as before. Xiao Hua's heart turned cold and his body stiffened unconsciously. He asked in a low voice, "Wife? Since when have I been your wife?" Fairy Hongxia asked indifferently. "Wife, what do you mean?" Xiao Hua felt that something was wrong. "Aren't you my wife? Why didn't you say this in front of Senior Martial Brother Li and Junior Martial Brother Xiao?" Fairy Hongxia didn't turn her head, she just looked at the darkness in the distance and asked faintly. Xiao Hua gently turned Fairy Hongxia's body over. Looking at Fairy Hongxia's teary eyes, he said seriously, "It's not that I don't want to say it, it's just that you and I haven't done the dual cultivation ceremony yet. If I call you that, won't it tarnish your reputation?" He calling me wifey would tarnish my reputation. Then, wouldn't you tarnish my reputation even more by hugging me and doing something lewd with me? Fairy Hongxia sneered coldly. This. Xiao Hua was speechless. The hand that was hugging Fairy Hongxia slipped unconsciously. Fairy Hongxia's heart seemed to have turned cold along with that hand. Chapter 2996. You only care about your momentary happiness. When have you ever thought about me? Fairy Hongxia continued, you have a junior sister, a close friend, and a disciple. How are you going to treat me? My wife. Xiao Hua was truly speechless. He did not expect that after so many days, Fairy Hongxia's rebound would be so severe. Before the dual cultivation ceremony, it's better for you to call me junior sister Hongxia. Fairy Hongxia said indifferently, I know what you're thinking. Naturally, I can do as you wish. However, today is the last day. I'm afraid we don't have any more chances. The past may have been sweet, today may be bitter, but all of this will slowly dissipate with the night. What do you mean? The fire in Xiao Hua's heart was completely extinguished. Not much. Fairy Hongxia stroked her hair and said faintly, for my dead sister, senior brother Li did not get to know a single female cultivator for dozens of years. He is known as the number one person below gold core. The number of female cultivators who want to dual cultivate with him is probably more than the number of junior sisters you know, right? However, he has never even looked at them properly. Today, for the sake of my sister's resurrection, he actually abandoned his sect and rushed to the Meng Mountains alone. Such a person with such deep affection is rarely seen in the world. Xiao Hua, I will not ask you to be like senior brother Li, to not look at others for my sake. However, I beg you, please consider my feelings. Don't get to know more female cultivators. I really do not have the slightest bit of confidence or dignity under these meaningless challenges. As Fairy Hongxia spoke, her tears flowed down in droplets. Xiao Hua did not expect that he would hurt Fairy Hongxia so much. For a moment, he did not know what to say. Do you know junior sister Mingyue from my Huanhua sect? Mingyue? I don't know. Xiao Hua shook his head slightly, no impression. What does she have to do with me? Junior sister Mingyue has deep feelings for Nameless. If she knows that you are Nameless, I'm afraid, she will become another good junior sister of yours. Fairy Hongxia said sadly, although I am open-minded, how can I allow a junior sister to be my junior sister? How can she watch her lover and her martial aunt dual cultivate together? See, Xiao Hua finally understood. He finally understood why Fairy Hongxia was so conflicted about how many female cultivators she knew. Red Cloud, Xiao Hua raised his hand and said, this Xiao hereby swears a blood oath. Apart from you and Xue, no, Fairy Hongxia shook her head slightly and stopped Xiao Hua, the so-called blood oath is nothing but a void. This concubine is not willing to use this blood oath to bind you. This concubine only wants your one and only love for this concubine, as long as your true heart. How can the blood oath related to cultivation see your true nature? Then, what do you think we should do? Xiao Hua was completely out of ideas. Xiao Lang. Fairy Hongxia opened her teary eyes and looked at Xiao Hua. She said word by word, our relationship has progressed too quickly. Although we were in love with each other and fell in love at first sight, in reality, the time we spent together was very short. Our relationship might not be solid, and it might even be maintained in the joy of dual cultivation. Therefore, this concubine feels that you and I should separate for a period of time. Both of us should calm down and think about each other's thoughts. Of course, don't worry, Xiao Lang. Even if you don't want this concubine will not look at anyone else in this lifetime. However, if this concubine can see clearly, then, this concubine will definitely not stay by your side. This concubine has her own proud and aloof heart. Huff, Xiao Hua let out a deep breath. He had finally encountered his first relationship problem in this lifetime. Based on what Fairy Hongxia said, if he couldn't solve it well, she wouldn't be with him in the future. Moreover, after the Great War of Sword and Tao, the three kingdoms of cultivators will be defeated. The cultivation sects of the three kingdoms will definitely be in chaos. The structure of each sect will have to be reorganized. One after another, handsome cultivators will spring up like bamboo shoots after the rain. Xiao Hua, although you are blessed by the heavens, there will always be someone better than you. There are many people who are more outstanding than you, who are more favored by the heavens than you. You should comprehend what you have learned from the millions of Meng mountains and take a step further. You should step into the realm of nascent soul grandmaster as soon as possible. Fairy Hongxia continued, this concubine has also obtained the inheritance of the phoenix. The reason why this concubine didn't reveal it in front of the Qing Yang's Kai family head, nor did I tell father, was because I wanted to comprehend it quietly and fully accept the inheritance of the phoenix. When the storm suddenly rises in the future, this concubine will be able to stand on high and turn the tide. Perhaps, this is an opportunity for you and me to cultivate on our own. This concubine seems to remember that you once said, it's better to forget each other in the pugilistic world than to help each other in times of need. Perhaps only when we are far away from each other, can we see each other's needs, each other's love, and each other's sincerity. I understand, Xiao Hua took a deep breath. He felt his nose turning sour. He reached out and hugged Fairy Hongxia again. He whispered, this Xiao will do as you say. This Xiao will let you see this Xiao's heart for you. This Xiao will also let you know that this Xiao is the heavens beyond the heavens, this Xiao is an outsider. In this Xiaoyu continent, only Xiao Hua is supreme. As he spoke, Xiao Hua stretched out his lips and gently kissed Fairy Hongxia's forehead, eyes, ears, nose, cheeks, and chin. Finally, he heavily kissed her sweet lips. When he deeply tasted the bitter tears on her lips, he decisively left. With a long roar, he rushed into the sky. Lightning flashed around his body. With a rumbling sound, he rushed towards the distant Linyu town. Xiao Hua. Seeing Xiao Hua turn into lightning and fly away, Fairy Hongxia's heart suddenly became empty. Empty like nothingness. Empty like there was no falling. Empty like the pitch-black night. Suddenly, a kind of sadness welled up in Fairy Hongxia's heart. Her tears involuntarily fell, drowning the entire night. Coming out from the last transfer array, Xiao Hua's heart still felt like a huge rock was pressing down on it. Although he left Fairy Hongxia in a very carefree manner and said those bold words, and although he knew Fairy Hongxia's bitterness in his heart, he really did not understand Fairy Hongxia's thoughts. He, Huang Mengxiang, Zi Ming, Jiu Xia, and even himself did not know about Ming Yu's matter. Why did he give Fairy Hongxia so much pressure? He also never thought of dual cultivation with these female cultivators. Saying a few words, walking a few steps with them, what's the point? Even if it's just holding hands, what's the point? Zi Ming might not even be able to see him in the future. Consoling him, what's the point? And all these, Xue Xue seems to have never said anything about it, right? Forget it, Xiao Hua looked at the deathly pale clear sky. The wisps of faint clouds seemed to also carry a bitter expression. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and say, perhaps Red Cloud was right, only time and distance can test one's heart. After sorting out his emotions, Xiao Hua was just about to fly up when a faintly discernible divine sense strangely swept over. Who is it? Xiao Hua sneered. His soul pierced out following the divine sense. Ioyo. An extremely exaggerated cry came from the sky. At the same time, a figure appeared. That figure was hugging his head with his hands, appearing to be in extreme pain. Second senior brother. You're really like a ghost that won't disperse. Wherever this Xiao goes, you'll find me. Xiao Hua glanced at him, seemingly unmoved, and said indifferently. That person was naturally the heavenly demon sex Zhang Qingxiao. When Zhang Qingxiao heard Xiao Hua's words, He released his hands in astonishment and asked curiously, "Who provoked our imperial thunder sex nameless? Do you not want your head anymore?" "No one provoked me." Xiao Hua also said indifferently, "Why are you looking for me?" "Io, if no one provoked you, then you must have eaten a fireball talisman." Zhang Qingxiao pointed at him and said, "Look at your face. It's as if everyone in the country of Shi owes you 3 low-grade spirit stones. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving." Xiao Hua urged his magic power, as if he was really going to leave. "Io, didn't someone say that he wanted a nascent soul cultivation method? I worked so hard and racked my brains to get it, but he doesn't want it. What a disappointment." Zhang Qingxiao didn't stop him. She only said one sentence, and Xiao Hua obediently stopped. "Give it to me." Xiao Hua still weakly stretched out his hand. "Don't." Zhang Qingxiao smiled and said, "First, let me see Lu. We'll talk about the rest later." Xiao Hua knew that Zhang Qingxiao and Xiao Xianrui were both concerned. He didn't dare to neglect and took Jiang Lu out of the space. Seeing that Jiang Lu still hadn't changed, Zhang Qingxiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Little junior brother, didn't you promise to wake Lu up? How many years has it been? Why hasn't there been any news?" "Io, it's not that I don't want to help," Xiao Hua said helplessly. "That expert doesn't have time now. We can only wait until after the Path Sword battle." Speaking of this, Xiao Hua's heart moved, and he asked, "Oh right, did Sky Patrol City really fall into the hands of sword cultivators? What's the situation now?" "This has nothing to do with you." Zhang Qingxiao waved her hand and looked at Jiang Lu with pity. "You'd better think of a way to wake Lu up. However, I reckon it'll be soon." Seeing that Zhang Qingxiao didn't say anything, Xiao Hua could only wave the spirit storage bag in his hand and put Jiang Lu into the space. "Secondly," Zhang Qingxiao smiled and said, "You have to tell me who provoked you. I'm very curious, in this world, who can make you so upset?" "Io." Xiao Hua sighed deeply, looked around and said, "Let's go, find a secluded place." Yes, it seemed that other than Zhang Qingxiao, Xiao Hua could tell these things to others, right? When Zhang Qingxiao heard this, she unconsciously curled her lips and said coldly, "Little junior brother, I'm not talking about you, but you're giving too much face to Kai Hongxia. And this girl is too pretentious. There's a saying that if you don't court death, you won't die. If you court death, you'll die. Hee, letting go of a cultivator like you, who has a promising future, instead of pestering you, she actually let go. This kind of trick of loosening the reins only to grasp them better is really too childish. Now, who knows how many female cultivators in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation are looking forward to dual cultivation with Nameless. When the names of terrifying Phoenix and Nameless are revealed, you can sit in the myriad Thunder Valley and wait for others to propose marriage. Chapter 2997. Second senior brother, don't make sarcastic remarks. Xiao Hua bitterly smiled, "I'm having a headache right now. I'm really not like what Hong Xia said in her heart." Zhang Qingxiao laughed sinisterly and said, "In fact, it's simple. You only need to conquer her completely physically and suppress her psychologically. Then, she won't even let out a fart. Look at my wife, that charming sword cultivator. Every time I make her want to die. Whatever I say, she can only listen attentively. She dares to say half of no word. Second senior brother." Xiao Hua shouted, "Not every female cultivator is like this, right? What else can we do?" Zhang Qingxiao smacked her lips, "Destroy the bright flower stone. Even if we close our eyes, it's still the same." Xiao Hua helplessly lowered his head. He really couldn't endure Zhang Qingxiao's vulgarity. "Little junior brother, do you know what is called a man's true colors?" Zhang Qingxiao said with a smile. "I know. Isn't a man's true colors the true colors of a hero?" Xiao Hua asked curiously, "Isn't it the spirit of not sweating, not afraid of hardship?" "That's right. No matter if it's a man or a hero, they are all lustful. When dual cultivating, they're not afraid of sweating, not afraid of hardship. Zhang Qingxiao said with a smile, saints have made such a judgment about us male cultivators. Can we be stronger than saints? Xiao Hua was speechless after hearing Zhang Qingxiao's fallacy. Actually, every male cultivator is the same. Zhang Qingxiao said indifferently, they all want to conquer female cultivators and take every female cultivator for themselves. Even if they can't succeed, they will imagine it in their hearts. Some ambiguity, some small actions, it's just to satisfy the instincts of male cultivators. Is that so? In this aspect, Xiao Hua was far worse than Zhang Qingxiao. Of course. You don't need to care about these ambiguities. They're just small things before the meal, they'll be forgotten after eating. Only your fairy hong xia, your shui shui is the main dish, the main meal. Zhang Qingxiao said with a smile, after a meal, everyone will remember the main meal. Who still remembers those small things? Even if the small things are delicious and beautiful, they can't fill the stomach. Then, do you think Hongxia, she? Xiao Hua asked for help again. Dump her for 10 years. Zhang Qingxiao laughed. Look at how lonely she is. She will definitely come back to beg you. Really? Really? But what if he doesn't? Damn it, ask Zhang Yutong to find you a beautiful swordswoman. Zhang Qingxiao said nonchalantly, even if we can't defeat the sword cultivator in the Dao sword battle, we have to conquer the swordswoman in bed. Forget it. Xiao Hua was dejected again. He stretched out his hand and said, what about the cultivation method? If that's the case, I might as well enter the nascent soul stage as soon as possible and win the red cloud fair and square. TCH, if you don't conquer her, just wait for her to unite with Shui Shui and conquer you. Zhang Qingxiao pulled out a small storage pouch from her waist and handed it to Xiao Hua. Many thanks, second senior brother. Xiao Hua took the storage bag without even looking at it and said weakly. There are various nascent soul cultivation methods in this storage bag. There are even 2 complete spirit severing cultivation methods. I'm afraid it will be enough for you to use in a short time. Zhang Qingxiao said seriously, as for the spells and secret techniques used by nascent soul cultivators, there are also many inside. You should also take a look. Hearing that there was actually a spirit severing cultivation method inside, Xiao Hua was stunned. His heart was filled with warmth. He looked at Zhang Qingxiao and bowed. Second senior brother has worked hard. Little brother will definitely not let second senior brother down. Hee, it's nothing. On Xiaoyu continent, there are not many people that I can help. You are lucky to be one of them. Zhang Qingxiao waved her hand, but then she said with shifty eyes, oh right, do you have any more spiritual herbs? Yes. If it was another day, Xiao Hua would definitely hesitate. After all, he had not returned to the Imperial Thunder sect. If he took out a lot of spiritual herbs, it would definitely arouse Zhang Qingxiao's suspicion. But seeing that she even took out a spirit-severing cultivation method, why should he be stingy? Zhang Qingxiao rubbed her hands, very excited. Take out a storage bag? Xiao Hua urged. Okay. Zhang Qingxiao took out 3 storage bags at once. Xiao Hua did not hesitate. He took out a soul nest from his arms and pretended to take out a lot of spiritual herbs from the space, filling the 3 storage bags to the brim. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, Zhang Qingxiao laughed. I knew it. You went to Mount Meng, how could you come back empty-handed? I'm afraid that you have plundered all the grass roots in Mount Meng, right? Hee, not to that extent. Xiao Hua smiled and did not refute. She asked again, by the way, how is the battle in Sky Patrol City? Tell me seriously. Sigh, don't mention it. Zhang Qingxiao waved her hand and said, even I underestimated the sword cultivators in this battle. I did not expect that the sword cultivators had already set up a powerful sword formation outside Sky Patrol City. They killed the city lord of Sky Patrol City, Immortal Shuiyu, in the sword formation. Not even a nascent soul cultivator could escape. Moreover, for nascent soul cultivators, Immortal Mi Yu and Immortal Quangtian from Imperial Thunder Sect, and Immortal Qin Yen and Immortal Lao Yun from Mo Sang Mountain, were captured by the sword formation at the same time. In my opinion, if they did not use the disciples of Imperial Thunder Sect and Mo Sang Mountain to threaten Dao Sect, the four of them would not have escaped from the sword formation. Hiss, Xiaohua gasped and said in disbelief, where did the sword cultivators get such a powerful sword formation? However, in an instant, Jiu Xia's peerless smile appeared in Xiaohua's mind, and a sense of powerlessness appeared. Yes, in the hands of the omnipotent Jiu Xia, what was a sword formation that could kill a nascent soul cultivator? Now, even if the True Path sect cultivators came to their senses and sent their army to surround Sky Patrol City, with the support of the sword formation, the True Path sect has attacked countless times and there seems to be no sign of them breaking through. Moreover, the most important thing is that the sword cultivators have not taken out the four nascent soul cultivators and the disciples of two sections. Therefore, Dao's sect is bound to lose this time. Zhang Qingxiao sighed. Not necessarily. Xiaohua shook his head. The sword cultivators have an invulnerable sword formation. Why doesn't Dao's sect have an invincible formation? Now, Dao's sect is attacking while setting up the formation. When the formation is completed, it will be the time when Sky Patrol City's sword formation is destroyed. What about the disciples of the two sects? Zhang Qingxiao smiled. You don't want the disciples of Imperial Thunder Sect to return to Sky Thunder Peak? This is a difficult problem. Xiaohua smiled bitterly and scratched his head. In the end, the sword cultivators will definitely talk to the disciples of the two sects. Unless no one dares to ignore the safety of the disciples of the two sects. Zhang Qingxiao smiled. Otherwise, no sect will send disciples in the next sword battle. Fortunately, I have already escaped from the battle. Faced with such an unsolvable problem, Xiaohua could only be lucky that he had escaped from the battle earlier. Yes, you should go back quickly. Under normal circumstances, your contribution would definitely cause a sensation in the entire Imperial Thunder Sect. But at this time, there will be enthusiasm, but there will definitely be no jubilation. Zhang Qingxiao said with a smile. Xiaohua sighed. Before the battle, I definitely didn't think about this. I just wanted to save my life and save Cui Hongshan's life. But who would have thought that the terrifying phoenix would come, and so would John Doe. I want to see how you deal with them. Zhang Qingxiao gloated. Why don't you come to Heavenly Demon Sect to hide? Forget it, so what if it's John Doe? I don't believe that the Imperial Thunder Sect will be unhappy with a golden core cultivator with nascent soul cultivation. Xiaohua waved his hand. He had obtained the secret technique of Huda Village's Elder Wu, so he was confident that he could hide his secret, so he was less afraid. Good. Zhang Qingxiao clapped. If you say so, then so be it. If it doesn't work, I will use the power of Heavenly Demon Sect to save you. Thank you, second senior brother. Xiaohua got up and prepared to leave. Take care, little junior brother. Zhang Qingxiao laughed behind his back. Remember, a real man doesn't have to worry about not having a wife. Oh, by the way, the dual cultivation secret technique of Devil Sect is in the storage bag. You should take a look at it. Xiaohua's figure suddenly fell a few feet. Obviously, he was scared by Zhang Qingxiao's words, and then he rushed in the direction of Imperial Thunder Sect. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Zhang Qingxiao laughed loudly and disappeared from the secluded foothills. Not to mention Xiaohua's return to Imperial Thunder Sect, the focus of the three cultivation countries' attention, the center of the Dao Sword War, the Heavenly Patrol City at the border of the country of Xi, was just as Zhang Qingxiao said. Hundreds of thousands or even millions of Dao Sect cultivators had surrounded the Heavenly Patrol City. Within a few hundred miles of the Heavenly Patrol City, the patrolling cultivators were like flies that filled the sky. They seemed to be flying in a disorderly manner, but they were also flying in a very orderly manner. A flying sword that seemed to be a messenger had just flown out of the Heavenly Patrol City and was about to rush toward a gradually widening gap. Although the flying sword was extremely fast, it only reached the edge of the gap. Immediately, several cultivators flew to the center of the gap and waved their magic treasures at the same time, easily capturing the flying sword. One of the cultivators took the flying sword and immediately flew away, while the other cultivators began to fly in a disorderly manner. It seemed that this kind of situation often happened, but they still ignored it. However, as the patrolling cultivators flew, their eyes were filled with vigilance and a trace of helplessness as they looked at the heavenly patrol city in the distance that they were no longer familiar with. At this time, the heavenly patrol city did not have the city outline of the earlier heavenly patrol city. Instead, it was wrapped in a layer of green sword light. From a distance, the sword light looked like a huge oval chicken egg, but upon closer inspection, it looked like layers of fine spider webs. Moreover, tens of thousands of small swords were cruising inside the spider web, more nimbly than tadpoles. These small swords were similar to the cultivators in midair. The trajectory of the flying swords was very mysterious. Every time a small sword streaked across the green light, a faint wisp of heaven and earth spirit chi was produced from the green light, and the heaven and earth spirit chi was instantly absorbed by the flying swords. The green light grew larger, and more small swords were born from it. It seemed that these small swords were endless, and the green light was also endless. He had also told fellow Daoist in the group that he would update during the final battle of the Dao sword so that everyone could watch it in one go. Therefore, it had been delayed until today. Fellow Daoists in the group can testify to this. Now, fellow Daoist, Wandering Dragon Holiday, has also rewarded him. He will update 5 times a day for the next 4 days. Then, he will see how the plot progresses and decide whether to update more. Therefore, there is no such thing as fellow Daoist, Wandering Dragon Holiday, said. Fellow Daoists, you should still believe in the character of fellow Daoists. The 5 times should be 11 o'clock, 1300 hours, 1500 hours, 1700 hours, 1900 hours. Of course, I have to thank the other fellow Daoists for their support. I hope you will continue to support me in the future. Chapter 2998. The green light condensed into a spider web, and the spider web produced green light. This was the Tiani green light sword formation that sword cultivators were proud of. This Tiani green light sword formation not only broke the snow and ice wave formation of the Sky Patrol City 100 days ago, but also successfully killed Shui Yuzhenren and captured all the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect and Mo Sang Mountain. Now, it firmly protected the Sky Patrol City that belonged to sword cultivators, resisting the waves of attacks of millions of Dao sect cultivators. The attacks of the True Path sect cultivators went from 3 times a day out of anger to once a day. 100 days later, they had not launched any attacks for more than 10 days. After all, they had used all the means available to them. The sword formation of the Sky Patrol City was as solid as a tortoise's shell. All the magic formations of the True Path sect could not do anything to it. They could only surround it and plan for the long term. However, after the Dao sect cultivators patrolling the sky, there were even more cultivators holding different magic tools and materials as they flew around busily. It was obvious that they were setting up a magic array. This magic array covered an extremely wide area. The ones in charge of setting it up were actually 4 nascent soul cultivators. These 4 nascent soul cultivators were also a little strange. 2 of them were early nascent soul cultivators. They stood in the middle with arrogant expressions, but these 2 didn't speak. They just stood there with their hands folded in their sleeves as they stared at the other 2 nascent soul cultivators beside them. The 2 cultivators in the middle were none other than Jiang Mingzi from the Immortal Ascension sect and Daoist Master Blue Feather from the Immortal Music sect. Next to the 2 of them, one was early nascent soul spiritual master Pin Xian of the Black Sky sect and the other was middle nascent soul spiritual master Xian Jing of the Kunlun sect. The 2 of them each held a jade slip, looking at it while discussing in a low voice. From time to time, they would issue orders. As for the people around them, they were Xiong Huasong of the Black Sky sect and the people of the Kunlun sect. Jiang Mingzi and Immortal Blue Feather's eyes were staring at the jade slip in the hands of Immortal Pin Xian and Xian Jing. Less than 100 li away from Zhenren Pin Xian, Xian Jing, and the others, on a not-so-tall snowy peak, there was a half-foot-tall lampstand. The bean-sized flame emitted an orange-red brilliance, covering the entire snowy peak. Although there were snowflakes floating down from time to time, and there was also a whistling cold wind, these were unable to break through the brilliance. Under the light, the wind was calm and the waves were calm. However, the atmosphere under the light and shadow was not really calm and tranquil. There were a dozen nascent soul cultivators on the snowy peak, with Sun Yunzi in the middle. In front of Sun Yunzi, who was frowning, sat Reverend Lu Hong with her legs crossed. These two late nascent soul cultivators with the highest cultivation base both had unsightly expressions on their faces. The rest of the nascent soul cultivators, regardless of whether they were middle nascent soul or early nascent soul, were scattered around them, either sitting cross-legged or standing casually. On the side of Sun Yunzi and Reverend Lu Hong stood Pan Dongmin, Gu Yun, Zhu Qinghe and Jiang Fian respectfully. These four think tanks of Dao sect had already lost the cold arrogance they had at the beginning of the battle. The cold arrogance that did not fade even when facing nascent soul cultivators had long faded away silently under the sword cultivators' tactics and heavy fatal blows. Their expressions were respectful, and the unwillingness in their eyes could not conceal the kind of dejection in their hearts. Sun Yunzi seemed to have stopped asking for the opinions of Zhu Qinghe and the others. He glanced at the silent crowd and said, "Is there anything else you want to say, my fellow Taoists?" The crowd was still silent. Although the nascent soul cultivators were in different positions, they all looked at each other, and no one spoke. Looking at such an awkward silence, Reverend Lu Hong coughed and said with a smile, "We have besieged Sky Patrol City for 100 days. Earlier, everyone was talking at once, and each idea was better than the other. Now that we have racked our brains for so many days, where can we find any good ideas? If you want to exchange your experience in cultivation, I'm afraid everyone will talk non-stop. But when it comes to attacking a city, we are not as good as these little kids." If it were any other day, Gu Yun and the others would definitely say a few humble words. But at this time, they were like clay statues, and did not dare to say a word, as if they had not heard anything at all. "Humph," Sun Yunzi sneered, "the little kids are smart enough, but unfortunately, they are not cunning enough. For the past few years, they have been led by the nose by those old swordsmen, and in the end, they realized that everything has returned to the beginning." "Fellow Taoist Sun Yunzi, you can't say that." In the distance, Reverend Yu Qing's face was gloomy as he retorted faintly, "After several years of war, our counterattack was also powerful. Otherwise, these sword cultivators would not have been forced to put all their forces into Sky Patrol City, forcing us to fight the final battle." "That's right." Reverend He Ping also nodded and said, although it was somewhat unexpected for the sword cultivators to attack Sky Patrol City, after all, the four little kids had made preparations before, and even made arrangements in and outside Sky Patrol City. But the sword cultivators were too determined, and their investment was also huge, so we were caught off guard. Then, Reverend He Ping pointed at the almost invisible green light in the distance and said, "Even if we knew that the sword cultivators had set up such a big sword formation, I'm afraid it was not easy to resist." "They had made preparations?" Sun Yunzi snorted and did not say more. Instead, he sighed and said, "Yes, fellow Taoist He Ping is right. What the hell is this sword formation of the sword cultivators? We have changed our tactics and attacked it for 100 days, but it seems to have no effect at all. Nonsense. If it could be easily broken by us. Can this sword formation be the trump card of the sword cultivators?" Among the people present, only Reverend Lu and I could refute Sun Yunzi directly. "When I think about how Reverend Shuiyu was killed by the sword formation with the defense formation of Sky Patrol City, my scalp tingles. Do you have anything to say?" Sun Yunzi snorted and turned to Gu Yun and the others, saying, "When we arrived at Sky Patrol City, I didn't hear any more suggestions from you. Alas, martial uncles and martial uncles, we have some expertise in planning, but we are not as comprehensive as the seniors in terms of battle and attack." Pan Dongmin sighed, bowed, and answered, "Moreover, sword cultivators now have the initiative, and even a great chance of victory. This is a naked slap to the faces of us juniors, letting us know that there is always someone better than us out there. Martial Uncle Sun Yunzi. Since Pan Dongmin had spoken, Jiang Fian naturally would not fall behind. She also bowed and said, I don't have any suggestions, but I have some small ideas. Ha ha ha, small ideas, well, go ahead. Sun Yunzi laughed, as if Jiang Fian's words were very funny. Pan Dongmin glanced at Jiang Fian, as if to stop her from speaking, but Jiang Fian was not moved and said, I think that the sword cultivators are actually in a very awkward situation, and are not much better than our Dao sect. After they captured Sky Patrol City, they did not take the initiative to attack, but instead wanted to hide like a turtle and defend. Doesn't this mean that they have no confidence? What's more, there were no cultivators of the Dao sect in the vicinity of the Sentry City when the Shuayu sage was killed. Even the nascent soul masters that we arranged were far away. Who would have known that Senior Shuayu was killed? Isn't the current situation of our Dao sect in the Three Kingdoms deliberately spread by the sword cultivators? Isn't it just to give us an invisible pressure? Do they want us to have a decisive battle with the sword cultivators? In fact, if Sky Patrol City had not fallen, based on the various battles, the swordsmen and spirit stones of Huan country would be far inferior to our Dao sect in terms of swordsmen and spirit stones. The tug of war would only be a great victory for our Dao sect. The results of the previous battles have proven this point. It is also because of this that when we were planning, although we considered Sky Patrol City, we did not focus on it. After all, Sky Patrol City is just a point, and the battle is a line, a plane. Also, the sword cultivators captured Sky Patrol City and killed Sage Shuayu, but in the public announcement, they did not mention the 4 nascent soul seniors of Imperial Thunder Sect and Mo Sang Mountain. A few days ago, they even sent out the communication talismans of the seniors of the 2 sects. The martial uncles have read these 2 jade slips and are prepared to send them back to Imperial Thunder Sect and Mo Sang Mountain. But what does this mean? It means that the sword cultivators are not very confident in defending Sky Patrol City. They want to use the disciples of the 2 sects as blackmail. Upon hearing the mention of the disciples of Imperial Thunder Sect and Mo Sang Mountain, Zhu Qinghe's expression changed slightly, and Sun Yunzi's expression changed even more. He said coldly, in your opinion, we only need to besiege Sky Patrol City? Then, will the sword cultivators lose without a fight? If there are no disciples of Imperial Thunder Sect and Mo Sang Mountain, it will be inevitable. Jiang Fian glanced at Pan Dongmin, gritted her teeth, and bowed. But the disciples of the 2 sects rashly entered Sky Patrol City because of the sword cultivators' trick, and now they are hostages of the sword cultivators. This is enough to turn the situation around. Sigh, yes. Sun Yunzi sighed. That day, Xiaohua's communication talisman, Qinghe and I already knew that it was the sword cultivators' trick. But Immortal Miyu of Imperial Thunder Sect and Crazy Heaven were greedy for credit and insisted that it was sent by their disciples. No matter how we persuaded them, they did not listen. Instead, they volunteered to assist in the defense of Sky Patrol City. Tell me, this old man can't refuse to give them such a meritorious service just because they are from the country of Shi. In the end. Sigh, Taoist Ping, don't you think so? Taoist Ping hesitated slightly and nodded faintly without speaking. When Imperial Thunder Sect went to reinforce Sky Patrol City, he was also present. Sun Yunzi naturally had his own plans when he asked him. However, it seemed that Sun Yunzi was going to bring up a topic that was difficult for everyone to decide. Sure enough, seeing that Taoist Ping did not say anything, Sun Yunzi said again, now, not only did the disciples of Imperial Thunder Sect and Mo Sang Mountain not get credit, but they are trapped in a cage. I'm afraid they have become the most important trump card in the sword cultivators' hands. We have to think carefully. If the sword cultivators threaten us with this, and we have the confidence to kill the sword cultivators, how should we deal with it? Chapter 2999. Everyone had been discussing this topic ever since the news of the fall of Sky Patrol City spread. However, no one brought it up as they knew it was a hot potato. Sun Yunzi naturally would not make any decision and could only let everyone discuss it. Unfortunately, everyone wanted to avoid such a big matter, so who would speak up? Under the orange light, there was dead silence. Seeing that no one spoke, Pan Dongmin sighed in his heart and bowed to break the deadlock. He said, "Uncles, you're right. Junior sister Jiang is also right. Although what Uncle Sun Yunzi said is important, it's not urgent. I think now that the sword tomb has disappeared, the natural barrier of Sky Patrol City is gone. If the swordsmen of Huan country come to help, although we're not afraid, we're under attack from both inside and outside. We're at a disadvantage, so we need to end the battle quickly. The longer we delay, the more variables there will be. Only by launching a thunderous attack on the swordsmen can we turn the situation around. Moreover, although Sky Patrol City is big, all the swordsmen may not be in it. I think they must be preparing for a bigger war and are about to attack the swordsmen of Huan country. The fall of Sky Patrol City is not the end, but the starting point of a new war. It's the beginning of a series of plans." Pan Dongmin had just finished speaking when Zhu Qinghe shook his head again. "I don't think so. The cultivators of the three countries are powerful and rich in resources, so we can support such a vast battle. However, Huan country is bitterly cold and has very few spiritual stone veins. What do they have to compete with us? Sky Patrol City is their last resort. They're waiting for the moment when they can't hold on anymore, which is the moment when they negotiate with our Taoist sect. Their persistence now is just for negotiation, a bargaining chip." "Ha ha ha," Immortal Lu she was amused and laughed. "There's a saying in the secular world, empty talk will harm the country. It means that you're not down to earth, you're just imagining things. You want to make the country prosper with your mouth, but in the end, you'll only end up with your family ruined. Your analysis is correct and reasonable, but if you really want to fight with the swordsmen, I don't mean to say that you're still too inexperienced." "We understand." Solitary Cloud had not spoken all this while. At that moment, he bowed and said, "Junior's performance in this battle is truly shameful. Even I feel ashamed. We were too naive and did not understand the complicated situation of the battle clearly enough. We have caused our Dao sect to be in such a terrible state. This Junior apologizes on behalf of the four of us." When Zhu Qinghe and the others heard that, complicated expressions appeared on their faces. However, Solitary Cloud ignored them and did not look at them. He merely lowered his head. "Yes, martial uncles, please punish us." Zhu Qinghe sighed in his heart and also bowed. Pan Dongmin and Jiang Fian didn't dare to put up a strong front and bowed together to ask for forgiveness. Sun Yunzi glanced at the crowd, then at Reverend Liushi. After pondering for a while, he raised his hand and said, "You just wait and get up. The great battle of Dao and sword is meant to train you all. There will naturally be victories and defeats, so there is no need to be too concerned about it. The outcome of this battle had yet to be decided, and it was hard to say who would win or lose. This old man feels that all of you should think more about what you've gained from this battle. If you can comprehend more, it will be the result of our battle. If you can play a role in the battle of demon-resisting Valley, that will be the greatest gain." "We understand." Solitary Cloud and the others replied in unison. Then, Sun Yunzi no longer paid attention to them. He looked at Reverend Liushi and asked, "Junior brother Xian Jing, how is the situation over there?" "There is no news yet." Reverend Liushi shook his head. However, Xian Jing and Reverend Pin Xian are both masters of formations. Although the Heaven and Earth Demon Sealing formation is a great formation left by the immortal realm, in their hands, they will be able to set it up smoothly. This old man has long heard that this legendary immortal formation has fallen into the hands of Immortal Music Sect and Immortal Ascension School, but the two sects have always kept it a secret. If not for the crucial moment of today's battle, how could they be willing to take it out? Sun Yunzi said with a smile, "Look at how stingy Jiang Mingzi and Lan Yu are, just like their sect leader. They are afraid that Reverend Pin Xian will leave something behind, so they keep a close eye on it every day for fear of any negligence. Alas, this is naturally understandable." Yinmengzi of Changbai sect said faintly, "That is a formation left by the immortal realm. Although it is somewhat incomplete, after all, it is very powerful." Immortal Music Sect and Immortal Ascension School have their own immortal fate, and each sect has half of it. Now, for the sake of the war, they have to bear the pain of taking it out. No matter what, they have to keep a close eye on it and not let it leak out. Hearing this, Sun Yunzi seemed to be able to feel the faint sour taste in Yunmingzi's mouth, so he raised his head and looked at Reverend Yu Qing of Taiching sect, asking, "Fellow Taoist Yu Qing, your Taiching sect is a great inheritance sect, and is also famous for its formations. What do you think of this heaven and earth demon sealing formation?" Reverend Yu Qing hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Fellow Taoist Sun Yunzi, my Taiching sect has never dared to claim to be a formation. Your words are somewhat wrong. This idea of heaven and earth demon sealing formation was put forward by you. Don't tell me you don't know its origin." Sun Yunzi laughed, "Don't tell me your Taiching sect has no inheritance. Fellow Taoist, you are still wrong." Reverend Yu Qing shook his head again. "I only said that day, since our various offensive formations are not effective, why can't we change the way we think? Why can't we use a defensive formation? I often hear people say that the strongest defense is offense, then why can't the strongest attack be defense? Fellow Taoist Yu Qing's idea is really wonderful." Reverend Lu and I clapped his hands and said, "Others don't know, but when I heard that the strongest attack is defense, I also suddenly see the light. Since the sword cultivators hide in the heavenly patrol city and don't come out, why don't we use a sealing formation to seal them in? Can we force them to come out? As for the heaven and earth demon sealing formation, it seems that on that day, we all talked at once and said the strongest defensive formation we know, only then did we say it, right?" Reverend Yu Qing looked at Sun Yunzi with a smile. Sun Yunzi raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "This matter concerns the victory or defeat of our Taoist sect, so no one can hide it. If not for everyone's enthusiasm, if not for someone's reminder, who would have thought that Immortal Music Sect and Immortal Ascension School have such a formation from the immortal world? Actually." Reverend Yu Qing hesitated slightly and said, "Speaking of this, I still have to say a few more words. Although the heaven and earth demon sealing formation is a formation left behind by the immortal world, the formation method is from the immortal world, and the formation tools and other things needed are not provided by our Dawn Rain continent. Moreover, this formation has long been incomplete when it came to our Dawn Rain continent. After so many years of improvement by the two sects, although it can be used on the Dawn Rain continent, this formation has been patched up by two unrelated sects, so I'm afraid there must be a huge flaw in it. If this flaw is used on a small scale, well, for example, the experts of the two sects use this formation to seal the enemy. Although both of them are nascent soul cultivators, if the person they seal is not at the late stage of spirit severing stage or even the early stage of void refinement stage, it is impossible to open the formation. But now, we are using this formation to fight. If hundreds of thousands or even millions of cultivators activate the formation together, won't the flaw be bigger?" Fellow Taoist Yu Qing's worries are indeed reasonable. Reverend Zhua Ming of the Blue Li sect said with a smile, "However, you have overestimated the strength of the Immortal Ascension School and Immortal Music Sect. That is an immortal formation, even if it is damaged, how much can they improve? At best, they can only improve it so that it can be used on our Dawn Rain continent. This formation is still the original immortal formation. I actually really want to see what this legendary immortal formation looks like." Sun Yunzi said with a smile, "My Shanghua sect has never had such an immortal fate. This immortal fate is good?" Reverend Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. "If fellow Taoist Sun Yunzi is interested, you might as well look for it in your own Hua Yuan mountain range. Maybe you can find some broken immortal tools left behind by the immortal world in the Dawn Rain continent. Wouldn't that immortal tool be much better than an immortal formation that looks good but is useless?" Do you still need junior brother Lu Ming to say it? I have turned the Hua Yuan mountain range upside down long ago, but I have never seen such an immortal tool." Sun Yunzi laughed loudly, and then he changed the topic. "After the war, if everyone is free, we can go to the danger zones of the various countries to take a look. Although those places are natural dangers, they might be caused by the fall of some immortal artifacts. Who knows who has immortal fate? Who knows where there is a great demon sealing formation? Yes, if we can get an immortal tool, not only will it be powerful and can protect us, but the refining method, runes and talismans inside will also be available for us to study. The journey of the Great Tao will also be easier. Reverend Lu Ming said, and glanced at Sun Yunzi intentionally or unintentionally. Sun Yunzi knew what Reverend Lu Ming was referring to, and sighed. Some sects are really blessed by nature, and we can't compare with them. I'm afraid the thunder-controlling sect of your country is like this. Reverend He Ping said with a double meaning. Senior Qian Yun, the patriarch of the thunder-controlling sect, comprehended the Tao with the help of the thunder-concealing bead. I'm afraid he left it in the thunder-controlling sect, right? He. Sun Yunzi naturally understood what Reverend He Ping meant. He laughed and said, "You're wrong, fellow Taoist He Ping. The thunder-concealing bead is a natural object, not an immortal tool. However, since Senior Qian Yun can comprehend the thunder-concealing bead, he must have his reasons for choosing the Sky Thunder Peak to establish a sect. Maybe, like fellow Taoist He Ping, there is an immortal world thunder element treasure in the Sky Thunder Peak. Unfortunately, I'm afraid that's not true." Reverend Lu Ming shook his head and said, "If Qian Lei Zi has such a treasure, I'm afraid he would have already flown out of seclusion and broken this Sky Patrol city with an immortal tool. Those are hundreds of thousands of disciples of the thunder-controlling sect. Qian Lei Zi's heart would ache." Ha ha ha, everyone laughed, but unfortunately, no disciples of the thunder-controlling sect and Mo Sang Mountain were present. Chapter 3000. When the crowd stopped laughing, Immortal Lu Shi stood up again, looked into the distance, and said, "It has been more than 10 days since we've harassed the sword practitioners in Celestial City. I'm afraid it will take some time for Xian Jing and the others to set up the formation. We can't stay idle. Let's go. Which fellow Taoist wants to test the power of the sword practitioners' formation with me? Let's go, let's go." Several nascent soul practitioners stood up and clamored, "We might have to go. Although we can't achieve anything, we can't let the sword practitioners know about our plan." After that, several rays of light of different colors shot up into the sky from the snow-capped peak, flying out in all directions of Celestial City. Not long after, a loud whistling sound was heard from all over Celestial City. 5 hurricanes of different colors rushed into the sky like wild dragons. Wherever the hurricanes passed, the falling snowflakes disappeared instantly. The entire area within 100 miles of Celestial City was suddenly clean. Even the dense red clouds high in the sky were affected, rolling up extremely long cloud waves like a raging sea. The cloud waves rippled layer by layer, and a sound like muffled thunder reverberated in the sky, like a war drum beating in everyone's heart. Similar to the sky high in the sky, the space above Celestial City that had just been swept away by the hurricanes. Not only did the snowflakes disappear, but even the sound was expelled. The silence was terrible. However, the silence only lasted for a moment. The 5 hurricanes came down with a whoosh. Every ray of light in the hurricanes would make a sound when they collided with each other, producing a great force. Thus, a loud rumble was heard from the place where the hurricanes collided with the sword formation. The sound was 10 times more powerful than the muffled thunder in the sky. At the same time, various kinds of light burst out violently from the places where the 5 hurricanes and the sword formation collided. Not only was the ground shaking, but the whole space was shaking. Even the seemingly indestructible green light was shaking violently. Rays of green light scattered out, and the small swords were torn apart by the explosion. Bumps deeper than a pool appeared on the surface of the sword formation. As soon as the sound of the explosion faded, a rainbow that ran through the sky above Celestial City appeared. The rainbow rolled rapidly, and a great suction force was generated. The scattered hurricanes and a huge amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy were sucked into the rainbow. In the blink of an eye, the rainbow turned into a giant cudgel that was dozens of miles long and hundreds of feet thick. The giant cudgel was raised, and the red clouds in the sky were disturbed by it. Rays of sunlight actually penetrated through the clouds. Whoosh! The raised cudgel then smashed down again, with a loud boom that was more powerful than the previous explosion. Many Tao sect practitioners who were hundreds of miles away from Celestial City could not withstand the strong impact and fell from the sky. Countless strong gusts of wind blew in all directions again. Snowflakes flew everywhere, and broken ice splashed in all directions. The green light, which was already somewhat tattered, was now cracked by the giant cudgel. It was like a steep cliff at the peak of a mountain, and within the cracks, there were rays of light that looked like flying swords. In the distant sky, Sun Yunzi and the others were watching. Unfortunately, they did not smile when they saw such an attack. They even frowned slightly. Although the attack was fierce, it was obviously not as powerful as the initial attack. It was not that the power of the formation was weak, but that the caster had lost his confidence. Just as Immortal Lu Shi said, an attack without confidence could only be reduced to noise, and could not form a real fatal blow. Sure enough, the giant cudgel dimmed after the first blow. Although it could still be raised, it seemed to be weak. Two flying swords came out from the deep depression in the green light. The flying swords shuttled back and forth, and rays of green light flew out from the sword shadows. The green light was like a swimming fish, and also like a flying sword. It also rushed into the edge of the depression, and a burst of flowing light appeared. It was like a clear spring flowing into a gully, and the depression could be seen with the naked eye. Sigh, forget it. Sun Yunzi flicked his sleeves, sighed in his heart, and turned to leave. But at this moment, from the north of Sky Patrol City, another meteor-like ray of light with a long tail rushed under the giant cudgel that was about to be raised. This is not a flying sword. It's a technique of my Tao sect. Sun Yunzi raised his eyebrows and immediately became alert. The brilliance around him disappeared, and he looked at the meteor with interest. When the ray of light touched the giant cudgel, it immediately exploded like a spark. The entire giant cudgel was also blown up by the ray of light, and even the cracks began to burn. The burning flame was extremely strange, and it was even faster than the ray of light that streaked across the sky. In a moment, the giant cudgel that was dozens of feet in size and dozens of miles in length was ignited. Swoosh, the flames on the giant cudgel spread out and fell on the Sky Patrol City below like a fairy scattering flowers. Pa, 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 pa. Fine sounds rang out incessantly as the falling flames covered the entire sky. Every time they fell by a few inches, a large amount of heaven and earth spirit chi would be sucked into them, causing the flames to expand a little. When the flying flames that covered dozens of miles fell, it had already completely covered the green light array outside the Sky Patrol City. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A burst of light sounds, as fine as rain hitting a banana leaf, and as gentle as the wind blowing the willow branches, came into contact with the green light that was being repaired. As soon as the green light touched the flames immediately turned into sharp vines that wrapped around the flying sword formed by the green light. Naturally, the flying sword also emitted a dazzling sword light to contend with the flames. In a stalemate, the green light was melted by the flames, and the flames were also extinguished by the green light. Although both sides were injured, it was obvious that the layers of green light were quickly disappearing. A few inches, a few feet, a few feet. The green light sword array that had not been broken for 100 days was showing signs of loosening. Buzz buzz buzz, 3 loud sword sounds were heard from 3 places in the Sky Patrol City. 3 thick green light giant swords rushed straight into the sky, and when they passed the flames that were like a lake of fire, they rushed to the center at the same time. Boom! A deafening sharp sound was heard. Even a nascent soul cultivator as strong as Sun Yunzi could not help but frown. Seeing that the light protecting his body was shattered by the sharp sound, he had no choice but to activate his magic power to protect himself. The golden elixir cultivators who were watching the battle from afar quickly retreated. Their Taoist robes fluttered and they almost lost their balance. They were like drifting debris, looking very helpless and embarrassed. Sun Yunzi originally wanted to help, but at this moment, a whistling sound was heard again. At the place where the 3 giant swords collided, countless flying swords were born. These flying swords fell like a rain of swords, once again covering dozens of miles of space. There was originally no spiritual energy in this space, but when the flying swords fell, strands of green light were born between the flying swords. From afar, the flying swords were like raindrops, and the green light was like a smokescreen. There was no extra suspense when the rain fell on the fire. Sigh. Sun Yunzi didn't know how many times he had sighed. He understood that this meteor-like radiance was definitely a technique of some clan. If it was placed elsewhere, it would definitely be as powerful as a thunderbolt. However, within this mysterious sword cultivator formation, it was somewhat insignificant. However, to be able to detect that this green light sword array is made up of 3 giant swords, this method is quite powerful. Sun Yunzi turned and flew away, thinking to himself, the method that the green light giant swords use to extinguish the flames is somewhat similar to the heaven and earth dual forms demon sealing array that we're going to use. It does seem to make sense. After Sun Yunzi left, many of the Taoist sect cultivators also left. It was as if this was not a battlefield of Taoist sword sect, but a party of fireworks. The smoke-filled sky gradually calmed down. The wind rose again, the snow fell again, the dark clouds slowly closed, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth also slowly flowed in. However, under the one-day green light sword array, Chong Taishu looked at Qing Minghua, Chilean Butterfly, and Roa Tian, who each held a green light sword, and his expression turned serious. 3 sword masters, how was the power of the array just now? It was quite powerful. Roa Tian replied without hesitation. My Supreme Harmony green light sword has already unleashed 80% of its power. If we don't counterattack, I'm afraid we won't be able to withstand the attack. Yes, 80%. 3 green light swords. Chong Taishu nodded slightly. I'm afraid Sky Patrol City's defense is at its last gasp. The time for us to reveal our true intentions has finally arrived. However, Chilean Butterfly smiled and said, Sword Master Chong, aren't you worrying too much? The Taoist sect has been attacking Sky Patrol City for more than 100 days and there hasn't been any improvement. Today, they only used 3 green light swords to destroy their array. If they really wanted to attack, wouldn't they have to kill a few nascent soul stage cultivators? Besides, the Taoist sect has already used all the methods they can. I don't believe that they have more powerful methods. Don't you believe in the power of the one-day green light sword array? Chong Taishu smiled bitterly and said, Of course I know that this sword array is powerful. Otherwise, I wouldn't have put all my eggs in one basket and put all my forces in Sky Patrol City. However, the problem is that we can't guard this Sky Patrol City forever. Sooner or later, the Path sect will find a way to break this green light sword array. We must provoke the Path sect's anger before they break it, especially before the time limit that we promised them. We must make them fight to the death with us. Actually, within these 100 days, Sword Master Chong can challenge the nascent soul stage cultivators of the Taoist sect at any time. With their help, it won't be difficult to kill Sun Yunzi and Lu Enai Zhenren. Zhuo Ming smiled and asked, but why does Sword Master Chong keep retreating? Killing Shuiyu is already enough to deter the 3 kingdoms of cultivation for a long time. If we kill them one after another, I'm afraid the Taoist sect will be angry. Chong Taishu smiled and said, only by constantly attacking and defending, can they realize that our sword cultivation is not inferior to their Taoist sects. And at the critical moment when they are struggling, we can launch a thunderous attack to completely crush their confidence and make them unable to take revenge. Chapter 3001. Of course, the most important thing is that they only agreed to help once. The most crucial moment has not come yet. Chong Taishu replied confidently. Actually, with the cyan light swords in our hands, our power may not be weaker than theirs. Chilean Butterfly said unhappily, no matter how critical the situation is, as long as you and I take action, can't we destroy the Taoism sect? Our cyan light swords are indeed powerful, but we need to set up a formation. Moreover, with the help of the cyan light swords, we may be able to kill a nascent soul stage cultivator, but we can't really make the Taoism sect cultivators fear us. As I said, only a thunderous strike will let them know that resistance is useless, and they will obediently admit defeat. Chong Taishu had to explain, but his explanation seemed to explain nothing. All right. Chilean Butterfly nodded slightly and waved her hand. The cyan light sword in her hand turned into a thunderbolt and rushed into the cyan light above the Sky Patrol City and disappeared. She then looked at somewhere in the city and whispered, "Are they ready? I'm afraid it will take some time. That senior seems to be looking for something." Chong Taishu replied in a low voice. "By the way, Sword Master Chong, it seems that the disciples who killed John Doe should have returned, right? Do they have any news?" Cheng Minghua suddenly asked. Chong Taishu was obviously stunned and frowned. "I forgot about this. It seems that there is really no news. However, 3 second-level sword masters of the sword realm are going to capture a cultivator at the early stage of the nascent soul stage. Perhaps the news has been sent back to the sword tomb, but because the Taoism sect besieged the Sky Patrol City, we can't get it." "Well, I hope so." Cheng Minghua said worriedly, "I always feel uneasy. This John Doe is really too mysterious." "Hee, Sword Master Cheng, don't worry. With Lu Ruochang following them, they are brave and resourceful. How can there be any mistakes? Even if they can't capture John Doe, it will be the same if they kill him." Chilean Butterfly said with a smile, "According to Sword Master Chong, even if the 3 of them return empty-handed, we only need to reveal John Doe's secret to Immortal Miyu of the Thunder-controlling sect. Do you think John Doe can still stay in the 3 cultivation kingdoms?" "I hope so, I hope so." Cheng Minghua chuckled and turned to leave. Chong Taishu narrowed his eyes and raised his head to look at the green sword screen. No one knew what he was thinking. On the other hand, Blue Butterfly's smile disappeared as she whispered, "Swordsman Chong, do you think?" "Sigh, that's right. To be honest, I do have a bad feeling about this." Chong Taishu looked around and saw that there was no one around, so he didn't try to hide anything. Since Wu Ming and his men dared to enter Meng Mountains so brazenly, they must have something to rely on. "If you're saying that the soul cultivators of Meng Mountains will also join the battle?" Blue Butterfly asked in surprise. That's impossible, right?" "Nothing is impossible." Chong Taishu shook his head slightly. "I'm afraid that even the nascent soul cultivators of the Dao sect think that it's impossible for us to take down the Sky Patrol City. But now? We've already taken him down." Xiao Hua, nameless. Blue Butterfly let out a deep sigh. Xiao Hua said goodbye to Zhang Qingxiao and flew to Sky Thunder Peak. It was not just a day. Seeing the familiar mountain range, Xiao Hua was suddenly moved. He remembered that he was chased by immortal Jing Ru and ended up in a sorry state. He still remembered the feeling of returning to his hometown. Looking at the grass and trees, Xiao Hua felt that the grass and trees here were different from the last time he came back. But when he thought of the myriad Thunder Valley, his master, senior brothers, and others, Xiao Hua felt that the grass and trees here were very familiar. Only this place belonged to him. The sun was charming, the grass and trees were fresh, the mountains were stacked, and the green water was long. Everything made Xiao Hua feel that even though he had gone to the Sky Patrol City, even though he had gone through several dangers and hovered between life and death a few times, it was all worth it. It was because he wanted to protect this family, his senior brothers and junior brothers who were cultivating in this family, and some of his martial nephews who were full of vitality. There were even juniors who had not joined the Imperial Thunder sect and had not met yet. Facing them, Xiao Hua could say without regret that he had tried his best, that he had stopped the attack of the sword cultivators, and that he had used his strength to leave a beautiful space for them. Naturally, Xiao Hua also sighed with emotion. The war between Dao and sword had lasted for more than 10 years. Countless cultivators had fallen on the battlefield, and the blood and tears shed were endless. Presumably, they also had the same thought before they died. Just like how he was, they wanted to protect the obsession in their hearts. They wanted to fight for their loved ones. For everything they protected, at any cost. Thank you, great God Hutu. I hope these cultivators can sleep peacefully in the arms of great God Hutu. Involuntarily, Xiaohua had such a thought in his heart. Then, Xiaohua smiled bitterly and shook his head slightly. Damn it, I've stayed in Meng Mountain for too long. How can it be easy to enter the arms of great God Hutu? That's the home of millions of Meng Mountain soul warriors. But just as he thought of this, Xiaohua suddenly quivered. He slapped his forehead and realized, that's not right. If the netherworld is transformed by great God Hutu, it's the home of millions of Meng Mountain soul warriors. The Netherlink mirror can see the appearance of Xiao Mao's mother, but how can the Netherlink mirror see that Kaizhuxia isn't there? Then what did this Xiao see? Forget it, forget it. Xiao Hua was absent-minded for a moment, and then smiled bitterly. I've never thought of this before, and now I don't even dare to think about it. It seems, these are all great secrets hidden behind the heaven and earth. They're far from what little gold core cultivators like us can pry into. Perhaps only when we achieve great success in our cultivation will we have the qualifications to see what's going on. Great success in cultivation. What kind of realm is that? Transcending the tribulation to become an immortal? Then what kind of great matter is the great matter that Jiu Xia mentioned? Unknowingly, Xiaohua stopped in midair. He was like a wanderer who was timid about returning home, his mind wandering thousands of miles. At this moment, a weak divine sense swept over, and a dozen patrolling disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect slowly flew over from afar. When the divine sense came into contact with Xiaohua, it quickly retracted after a brief investigation. The dozen or so disciples simultaneously circulated their magic power and flew over to Xiaohua. Oh! Xiaohua was naturally disturbed by the divine sense, and he smiled as he looked into the distance. Over there, the Imperial Thunder sect's disciples, who were merely qi refinement cultivators, flew over in a line. They all had their heads lowered, not daring to look directly at Xiaohua. Looking at these Imperial Thunder sect disciples and their respect, Xiaohua sighed in his heart. Wasn't he like this a few decades ago? Now, although he wasn't a nascent soul grandmaster, in terms of reputation, he wasn't inferior to any nascent soul grandmaster at all, right? Time was admittedly a butcher's knife, but it was also a step under the feet of a saint. Juniors greet martial uncle. Without waiting for them to get close, the Imperial Thunder sect disciples immediately stopped and bowed. Looking at their slightly childish faces, Xiaohua felt a sense of protection. He waved his hand with a smile and said, "No need to be so courteous. Wait here." "Thank you, martial uncle." Everyone stood up. "You're on patrol, right?" Xiaohua said with a smile. "Yes, martial uncle knows. Junior is Gen Mo, a disciple of Gen Lei Palace. Today, I'm in charge of the 7th. The disciple at the front, who was around the 12th layer of qi refinement, raised his head and answered on behalf of all the other disciples. However, he had only spoken half a sentence when he suddenly stopped. His face was filled with indescribable shock and ecstasy. He didn't care about the rest of the answer, and his breathing became hurried as he said, "Senior." "Senior is Xiaohua, martial uncle Xiao." As soon as this disciple said this, the other disciples who didn't dare to raise their heads, no longer cared about etiquette. One by one, they raised their heads. More than 10 pairs of eyes filled with worship and fervor were nailed onto Xiaohua's young face. His face was much younger than these disciples. "Martial Uncle Xiao, your martial uncle Xiaohua of the Myriad Thunder Valley." Before Xiaohua could speak, the 10th layer qi refinement disciple beside the former disciple shouted loudly. "Aside from martial uncle Xiao, which Imperial Thunder Sect Foundation establishment cultivator has such a young appearance?" Among the participating Foundation establishment disciples, aside from martial uncle Xiao, which one of them has just returned? Martial uncle Xiao went out with the first team of the discussion hall to gain experience. He just happened to return. Everyone immediately shouted at the same time. After a while, more than 10 people suddenly came to their senses and bowed in unison. It was precisely the great etiquette of paying respect to a senior. Junior respectfully welcomes Martial Uncle Xiao Hua's triumphant return to the sect. Hee, you can wait for me. Xiao Hua's heart felt warm. Looking at these disciples who were still somewhat pure in their hearts and seeing their respect, the feeling of everything was worth it from before was born again. Junior forgot. The disciple at the front slapped his forehead and hastily took out a message talisman from his bosom. Under the urging of his magic power, lightning flashed and rushed into the air. It was the Imperial Thunder Sect's unique Thunder Note talisman. Martial Uncle Xiao, among the hundreds of patrol teams in the Imperial Thunder Palace, every team leader has a special Thunder Note talisman. The Qi Refinement disciple respectfully explained, this Thunder Note talisman is directly sent to the Xiao Lei Hall and received by our Imperial Thunder Palace's Palace Master. He said that Martial Uncle Xiao is the second greatest contributor to our Imperial Thunder Sect. As long as Martial Uncle Xiao returns to the sect, he will personally welcome Martial Uncle Xiao on behalf of Lord Sect Master. It seems there's no need to be so polite, right? Although Xiao Hua's words were polite, he was also happy in his heart. After all, he had contributed a lot to the Imperial Thunder Sect and the three kingdoms of Dao cultivators. Although there were many secrets that he couldn't reveal for the time being able to obtain the Imperial Thunder Sect's affirmation was also an explanation for Xiao Hua's helplessness to the myriad Thunder Valley. Presumably. Master, who has always loved face, won't complain anymore, right? Xiao Hua thought to himself. Then, he looked at the dozen or so respectful Qi Refinement disciples and said with a smile, there's no need to be so reserved. What are your names? Also, tell this old man about the situation in the sect. The other disciples who participated in the war have already returned, right? After saying this, Xiao Hua couldn't help but laugh inwardly. This old man. This old man. With this old man's cultivation, I'm afraid I'll really have to call myself this old man in the future. Chapter 3002. Although Xiao Hua claimed to be an old man, he actually looked very young, and his expression was extremely amiable, without a trace of the arrogance of a middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. If they didn't use their magic power to probe and look at Xiao Hua's appearance countless times, these Qi refining disciples would never think that this seemingly ordinary cultivator was actually Xiao Hua, who was famous in the cultivation world. At this time, after listening to Xiao Hua's words, the respect in their hearts became even greater, but they also restrained their restraint and nervousness. The former disciple reported his name in a low voice, and the other disciples also hurriedly said their names, trying to get familiar with Xiao Hua. Unfortunately, after Xiao Hua heard it, he shook his head with a wry smile. Martial nephews, I'm old and have a bad memory. Except for the names of these martial nephews, I'm afraid I can't remember the others. However, I've remembered your appearance. If you have nothing to do in the future, go to the Myriad Thunder Valley. If you meet more often, you'll naturally remember. We understand. I'm afraid we'll disturb Martial Uncle in the future. The group of disciples laughed, feeling that Xiao Hua was humorous. After all, cultivators were intelligent, how could he not remember the names of these dozen people? Everyone thought that Xiao Hua was joking, and what they cared about the most was the last sentence of Xiao Hua, which meant that he could give them pointers in their cultivation in the future. Who was Xiao Hua? He was now in the limelight of the Imperial Thunder Sect, second only to Wu Ming and terrifying Phoenix in the conference hall of the Imperial Thunder Sect. His cultivation had been baptized by blood and fire in the great battle of Dao Sword, so he was more powerful than ordinary middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. If it was someone else who gave them pointers, their master might say something, but if it was Xiao Hua, their master might only be happy, right? Besides, although they were all in the Imperial Thunder Sect, which Foundation establishment cultivator would give pointers to other Thunder Palace disciples? After everyone laughed, they recounted the situation of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples returning to the mountain. Just as Xiao Hua expected, the Imperial Thunder Sect sent out a thunder boat to pick up all the disciples who participated in the first stage of the Great Battle of Dao Sword. On the day of the thunder boat's return, each Thunder Palace sent out a large number of disciples to welcome them. The scene was lively and sensational, which was definitely rare in the history of the Imperial Thunder sect. It was a great ceremony for these disciples who returned with honor. It also expressed the gratitude of the Imperial Thunder sect to these disciples. Moreover, after these disciples returned, all of them were rewarded by their respective sections. Those disciples who had battle achievements were also rewarded generously by their respective lightning palaces. Many disciples were like Shui Hongshan, and were given important positions by their respective lightning palaces. Apart from the 100,000 disciples who had returned to the mountain, only Xiao Hua, the disciple who had followed the first team of the discussion hall to gain experience, was left. He was the only one who had not returned. However, no matter how many honors and rewards there were, they couldn't cover up the loss of the Imperial Thunder sect. Less than 100,000 disciples returned. Thinking back to that day when the Thunder Boat was activated, tens of thousands of barges were vying for the river. Thinking back to that day when the Thunder Boat was activated and the fervor of the tens of thousands of barges were about to trample the Dawn Rain continent under their feet, although Xiao Hua was only listening to it, his heart was also distressed. Where are the corpses of the fallen disciples? After everyone finished speaking, Xiao Hua softly asked again. Everyone looked distressed at Xiao Hua's question. The former disciples said in a low voice, "The fallen seniors are all buried in the Valley of Valor." Valley of Valor? Xiao Hua frowned slightly, as if he was unfamiliar with this name. That disciple was tactful and hurriedly explained, "The Valley of Valor is where the corpses of disciples who made special contributions to the Imperial Thunder sect are buried. Disciples who died in the Great Immortal Demon War or the Great Tao Sword War are usually sent there." That disciple then told Xiao Hua the location of the Valley of Valor. "Sigh, when I have free time, I'm afraid I'll have to pay my respects there." Xiao Hua sighed inwardly. Although he could protect the first team of the Imperial Thunder sect, how could a single person turn the tide of a great battle? How many people could he protect? In particular, some of the Imperial Thunder sect's disciples were personally killed by Xiao Hua. After hearing Xiao Hua's words, the dozen or so disciples became even more respectful. Because they were originally on patrol, they had welcomed many disciples who had returned to the mountain, but none of them had ever asked about the location of the Valley of Valor, let alone paid their respects there. Of course, perhaps these disciples already knew and didn't need to ask. The aura-refining disciple at the front looked behind him with some embarrassment. The Thunder Note talisman had been sent out for a long time. Although there was some distance between here and the Shao Lei Hall, there should have been an echo. Looking at the quiet sky Thunder Peak, that disciple's eyes turned and he sighed. In this great battle, our Imperial Thunder sect suffered great losses. It said that less than 3 corpses were brought back. Most of the disciples' corpses were buried in foreign lands. Sigh, if it weren't for the fact that it was too difficult, who would be willing to abandon their fellow disciples' corpses in foreign lands? Xiao Hua nodded. This Xiao has seen several great battles. Sword cultivators are fierce, fighting each other to the death. If they win, they'll chase and kill. If they lose, they'll flee. Those who survived are more precious than those who died. We can't lose more disciples for corpses, right? We can only collect the corpses when we're certain of it. Moreover, the corpses of sword cultivators have always been together with the corpses of our Dao sword sex cultivators. It's very difficult to distinguish them. Sword cultivators' sword attire is different from ours, right? The other disciples asked curiously. Xiao Hua shook his head. Under the influence of magic power and sword essence, there are very few corpses that can be intact. It's impossible to distinguish them just by their attire. The tragedy of the great battle can be seen from this, that disciple nodded. If not for Martial Uncle's reminder, we would have taken it for granted. Right. At this moment, a disciple at the 7th level of Qi refining hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. Martial Uncle Xiao, disciple wants to ask you something. Speak. Xiao Hua looked at this low-level disciple and said in the same kind manner. Do you know who Great Master Wu is? That disciple's face flushed red. He finally spoke the question that he had held back for who knows how many years. Not to mention this disciple, even the eyes of all the other disciples were filled with anticipation. Their ears also perked up. Hee, this old man has never seen this Nameless. Xiao Hua smiled and shook his head. However, there's never anything that's absolutely secret in this world. Since Nameless is a disciple of our Imperial Thunder sect, then sooner or later, we'll know who Nameless is. Moreover, this old man feels that it's not important whether we know who Nameless is or not. What's important is that we know that Nameless is right beside us. The disciples were clearly disappointed, but after hearing Xiao Hua's words, they came to a realization. The disciple at the front smiled apologetically. Martial Uncle Xiao, please don't blame us for being curious. Right now, the entire Imperial Thunder sect is in an uproar. Everyone is guessing who Great Master Wu is. That's right. After all, Great Master Wu is just a quiet person. As soon as he appeared, he saved the disciples of dozens of sects. He's the #1 hero in the great battle of Dao cultivators and the pride of our Imperial Thunder sect. Who doesn't want to know who he is? All the disciples shouted. Xiao Hua had seen the cultivators unrelated to the Imperial Thunder sect in the meeting hall of Tongmu City frantically investigate Nameless origins. Naturally, he understood the Imperial Thunder sect's enthusiasm for finding Nameless. Moreover, he also understood that since the sword cultivators had already confirmed that he was Nameless, this news would definitely spread to the Imperial Thunder sect after the end of the great battle of Dao Sword. At that time, he would have to see how he would cover it up. That's difficult. Xiao Hua couldn't help but smile bitterly. Martial Uncle Xiao, then are you a terrifying phoenix? Another disciple gathered his courage and asked. Moreover, his gaze was secretly looking at Xiao Hua's back. I naturally want to admit it. Xiao Hua said ambiguously. Unfortunately, I don't have the Phoenix Dharma body. Even if I admit it, who would believe me? It can't be, right? The disciple wailed. I feel that besides Martial Uncle Xiao, no other Foundation establishment master is worthy of the title of Terrifying Phoenix. That's right. Another disciple shouted. All the disciples who returned denied it. Only Martial Uncle Xiao hasn't returned. How could there be anyone else besides Martial Uncle Xiao? That's right. None of the Imperial Thunder sect disciples are Terrifying Phoenix. I'm the only Foundation establishment cultivator. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. However, the problem was that he really didn't have the Phoenix Dharma body. How could he admit it? Perhaps, the Terrifying Phoenix has already fallen? Xiao Hua asked tentatively. Impossible. All the disciples retorted in unison. How could the Terrifying Phoenix, who killed the sword cultivators of Huan country, fall in the Great War of Dao Sword? Anything is possible. Xiao Hua replied faintly. He looked at the distant sky and smiled. I'm afraid Palace Lord Zhen is too busy. Or maybe the bad news of Sky Patrol City made him too busy to come over. Zhen Mo, are there any special rules for the disciples who return from the war? If possible, I'm going to return to the Myriad Thunder Valley first. This. The disciple called Zhen Mo blushed as if he had lied. He stuttered, there are no special rules for the others. Even if the disciples who returned later, they would be welcomed by the martial uncle of Zhen Lei Palace. Martial Uncle Xiao was specially appointed by the palace lord to welcome him. At this point, Zhen Mo said carefully, Imperial Thunder Sect only just received the news of Sky Patrol City's fall. However, although Sky Patrol City has fallen, our Dao sect may not lose the Great War of Dao Sword. Imperial Thunder Sect disciples are still fighting a bloody battle. Although the palace lord is busy, he may still have time, right? Xiao Hua was stunned. He had long known about the fall of the Sky Patrol City and the Imperial Thunder Sect and Mo Sang Mountain's disciples being trapped in the city. Since the Imperial Thunder Sect had received the news of the fall of the Sky Patrol City, they might not be unaware of the news that the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples had been captured by sword cultivators, right? However, Xiaohua soon understood. Imperial Thunder's sect must have deliberately covered up the news for some special reasons. They did not want their disciples to know that their disciples had fallen into the enemy's hands. However, why did they not want to let them know? Xiaohua did not understand again. You're tuning into the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.